Shut up and take my money.
Neat. Happy anniversary to me then.
Shut up and take my money.
It's been 40 years.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Pride Wingles, I'm Snap Pride Winger.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome. So, it is Warframe Patch Day. Ooh, we got an early crack pack. Okay, so we will do that for sure. I'm gonna... Oh, wait, I still have the green screen. Right, it's behind me. Doesn't matter. Regardless. Hello, welcome, everybody. I have enough of a background that I don't care. I can just turn this on. Doesn't matter. Ah! Here we are. Welcome, everybody. How y'all doing? So, I figure first things first, we should see about this here Hildren skin. It seems like a good thing that we should look at. Also, excuse me. You should see in chat, there is a new Zyme noted emote.
Can I just say that I'm sick of Tri Brigade? They're everywhere.
That's valid. It is like kind of like an engine that can go to anything, courtesy of Kane Rail. I'm not sure if that's like up for everybody. There you go. Yeah, Leprin's got it. It's Snack taking some notes. Okay, so that's up. Also, I re-enabled Zyme Dance and Zyme Disco for now until new versions exist. The Emperor Sky Tile skin. Oh yeah, that's like a Destiny thing, right? I saw some people talking about that in general.
Shut up and take my money.
So let's see what it just ends up like looking like.
2 months evicted from my real account, frown.
evicted from your real account. That's nice.
Shut up
Thank you
and
very much
take
for the
my money.
resub. Fucking 35 month streak. Much appreciate it. Also, I didn't go back through Batcat Mobster.
Where does my money
Helix,
keep going every month?
revealing
Wait, what?
Living
It's using
Exile. Reclaimed. Yeah, there, okay, that's everybody. Thank you all for the subs and resubs. Much appreciated. I know the flickering. Yeah, the energy's a little weird. Maybe it's just that one angle. It was just the one angle. It stopped now.
Shut up and take my money.
Oh, there it's back again. Is that an intended effect? That may be an intended effect.
That's
Also,
many
Red,
months.
thank you for the resub as well. Much appreciate it. Skin's gonna pull some sick energy colors. Oh, but also, oh, that heavy blade skin. Oh, yeah, I mean, heavy blade skin, I have a hard time caring about, unfortunately. I think I'm gonna keep this Hildren fashion and mess with this. Okay, the energy color has to change first, like, I think really clearly here, right? Emissives. Okay, let's find one that I want. This is pretty good.
Shut
How
up
about
and
this?
take my money.
That's, I mean, that's, you know, this is shield colored, right? What do we got for channels here? Is like, this is like a details channel actually, but it's as a primary. Interesting. This is also more of a details channel, but it's as secondary. Also interesting. Do white. And then this is all of like the actual plate armor. Yeah, it looks to be the case. Change this emissive to be. I just want it to be the same. And this is all the metal, right? Bros, they changed the loadout screen again? Wait. What got changed to the loadout screen? Bellfire Charger, Zeneric, Glaive. I feel like this all appears to be normal. Or do you mean this? Or this one? Yeah, this. Yeah, we knew about this. This was on the test server. Yeah, I think this is a gigantic improvement. It's much better to go this way. Yeah, I'm actually a big fan of this change. The quick loadout. This one? Is this different? Oh yeah, I guess this is it? Wait, is it? I don't notice this one as much. Is this different? I feel like it's not. Oh, are the icons different? Oh, okay. I usually just look at names. Borders of the pictures are much sharper. Okay. Early augment still trash. We actually have to test that. They made some additional changes to it that maybe make it decent. So that's a possibility. We actually have to mess with the Ureli augment again. Heard it got nerfed. Ah, weird. That's weird, champ. God, you know, I think on this skin, I'm just kind of not a fan of the head. Let's see how the other like helmets do on this. Oh, see, now this right here, this one right here shows how much it's unfortunate that the plating is not synced up. Because like if we look at this, see the secondary color of this helmet is like what you would actually consider to be the fucking real primary color, which is like the main big plating on it. But this tertiary color is the plating on this selection. Wonder if Lavos can DPS with the new changes to Vile Rush. Wait, what got changed about Vile Rush? I actually missed the Vile Rush change. Happens with a lot of primes too, unfortunately, yeah. Also, choosing like a full body color for this is a bit unfortunate. Wish it was a bit more sectional in terms of like the armor. Want to know if Yurley is the best DPS in the game or if she's the best DPS of all time with the new augment? Both of those are going to be a no. Purple's okay for this. I mean, it's fine. You know, this actually might look more interesting just without any of this energy. Yeah, I think I actually like this better. Yeah, I think I unironically like this more. The energy's real distracting. Oh, you know what? You know what I feel like this could actually do pretty well? Just hard Zaku colors. I should be more specific. Not Zaku from Warframe. Gundams. Oh right, but I don't get the dual channel for the two different colors. I could use the metal. Just like the generic green Zakus. Although I guess I have this color channel. This could be the much darker green. Might not be enough. Maybe inverted? No, the color channels don't work well enough with it. Also looks better with energy black or less visible. Yeah, I think that the energy is kind of like a lot. Kind of a lot. To the Futurama got picked up for more seasons by Hulu. Damn. Futurama gonna be that forever show. Oh, I kind of like this. And then I actually really like the Caliban noble set on her. The tail is a bit unfortunate. Were there a bunch of bugs with this update? I've heard people complaining. What complaining about? Seems like the Vile Rush got buffed in its AoE. Ooh. Its AoE was complete garbage, so it having good AoE may do something.
Another one. And another
one. Porthos, thank you for giving 5 subs. To Swifty, Shixville, Sacrificial Lamb, Deck It Out, and Speed Force.
Thank you for gifting subs.
Welcome into all 5 of you. Lich is kind of broke. Oh yeah, the liches are bugged. If anyone's got a lich, don't finish killing them yet. I'm guessing Vile Rush zones from previous Vile Rush are removed, but deal a one-time damage proportional to their remaining duration. Oh, is the Lich thing already hotfixed? Okay, cool. Never mind. They fixed it super fast. All right, well, great. Wonderful. This feels, I mean, it's very similar to like the fashion I have going on now. Let's try some attachments on here. How are we doing on attachments? something that kind of goes with it. Maybe Targus. Targus kind of work. Or wait, no. This is Lodestar. Not Targus. Lodestar. Okay, pretty aesthetically matching. Okay. Okay. Ephemera. The energy does not need to be the same. Oh, Protobire actually does not hooked up correctly on this skin. Interesting. Siblina kind of not enough. Vengeful Charge has a way cooler icon than this actually looks now. Why'd they change the icon of Vengeful Charge to be what this is absolutely not? This is way cooler than Vengeful Charge. Vengeful Charge don't look like that. I wish it looked like that. You know, waveform kind of work, especially for like the build that this is going to be. Toxin's always pretty good, just for like that kind of like power type overlay. It's like a good energy effect just in general. Jab whips. Also, Hypatia is just pretty good for this, too. What do you guys think? Hypatia? Hypatia looks pretty solid for this type of setup.
Shut up and take my money.
Triple, thank you for the 4-year resub. Much fucking appreciated.
Wow, 4 years. Thanks for all that you do in the community you have created.
No chest or legs. I don't think it'll work well here. Because, like, yeah, it's just so bulky. There's maybe some that I could do, but it's really hard to get a good chest piece on anything, really. Like, there's very, very few Warframes where I use a chest piece. Man, Hypatia really is just the cooler Shockwave Ephemera. Yeah, pretty much. There's a voice line about New War now. Oh, neat. Yeah. Yeah, no, they're not really it's just pieces that are like really good. And like leg armor is pretty ineffectual. And like the legs already have like some pretty complicated, nice designs on them. So it doesn't really feel like it needs anything. How'd you make the Aurelia augment better, or at least all right? Well, they made some changes to it, so we have to test it before anything else. Realistically, in order to make it good, all it's going to need is higher number if it's not got high enough number now. Legs need to get to your Foros. See here, okay, here's my problem with just putting Foros on here. this skin is really mainly rounded shapes. Like, everything on this skin is rounded, and this is such an angular armor. Like, I think that's why the Lodestar works, is because the Lodestar, like, matches the aesthetic in, like, the major ways anyway. Obviously, it's got a couple of hard edges on here, but, like, the main stuff with the Lodestar works for it, I think. Oh, yeah, the Osiris shoulders is what I had on my, my Hildren before. Yeah, the Osiris stuff still works on the arms. I think it might be a little much with, like, this helmet, though. Cetus leg armor looks kind of good. I could see that. Yeah. Yeah, no, I just don't think the legs need anything. These legs are pretty, like, detailed. And then, in term, I mean, do we really need a Sindana? She's got this big fucking tail. Maybe like a really subtle Sindana, like one of the little ones, perhaps. The jetpack one that you would normally use on Hildren is definitely going to be too large. Ooh, oh yeah. Okay, well, we did it. We did it, Reddit. Yeah, that's. I mean, that's definitely going to be like one of the few that's going to work here. Protovire basic. Oh yeah, we can try the Protovire. The little one. I could definitely see that going. It's a little low. I could see it, but it's a little low. This one like hooks right in to like where her like shoulder, like the like it looks like it actually attaches on, right? Like to these two spots, her shoulder blade type stuff. Corona. Yeah, this is down. Yeah. Which would say evil equipping Corona. Just thinking about the fucking Aqua Teen Doctor. God damn it. Saturn 6 backpack thing. Oh, yeah, that actually is totally a viable option here. Yeah, I mean, this is viable on, like, most Warframes. I like this better, though. This looks nice. Can we have a look at her deluxe one? Oh, yeah, I forgot that Hildren got a Sindana with her deluxe. Oh, wait. What is this skin called again? Ein. This is the wrong thing. Does it not have either of those words in it? Wait, is there not one with this? Also on the head at all. Yeah, the helmet's a bit rough. I do not have it. Starts with B, bristling. You know, it kind of rounds out the head to make it not so, like, wide feeling. You just turn this off as well. God, why is this so angular? Like this piece feels so much more angular than like angular than like the rest of the skin.
And another one.
I think it's because it's like inverted in terms of like some of the design. Also, Sacrificial Lamb, thank you for gifting 5 subs.
Thank you for gifting
to
subs.
Haiti, Gainsborough, Antidome, Wrath, and Froyo Frosty. Welcome to all 5 of you. Oh, thank you, Sacrificial. I said Donna, I wonder what it'd do to Atlas. That doesn't seem to match the skin a lot. Yeah, I would tend to agree. Yeah, I think I like the Corona better. Yeah, I think I'm just more of a fan of this skin.
Shut up and take my money.
Well, okay, now what do you guys think? This one or this one? Like, I think this is an upgrade, but maybe not a huge one. New skin with alternate helm. See, now the problem there is that, unfortunately, this helmet does not have matching color channels. Oh, and neither does this fucking Tenogen skin. And also neither does her regular helmet. What the fuck? Color channels are all fucked up. Is Children like good now, or are we just fashioning because we ran out of frame to fashion? So actually, I tried out a build that people were talking about for a while that like didn't seem like much, and it's not much, but it is super fucking lazy. Like, you don't have to do shit, but like slam buttons on keyboard and like it kills everybody. So that's, you know, it's pretty good for like, I'm going to sleep, and then you just kill them all. So like you know, it has its appeal. Yeah, monkey brain button mash build, like it's pretty good for that. We're talking Wukong levels of lazy. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, like, I mean, if you're talking about like, you know, like lazy build, like it's good. Simplicity of Smash Shield Edition. Yeah, exactly. Like I was very surprised with how well it works. Did not expect it to work as well as it does. It's also the only time you can infuse like Chroma's skill on a Warframe and feel good about it. I see a showcase of this. Sure. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna fuck around with this skin anyway. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. I'm pretty happy with this skin overall. I think the color channels are like maybe they could be in better spots just in terms of like where primary, secondary, tertiary are in order to work better with the other helmets that Hildren already has if people don't like this helmet, which I think is the weakest part of the skin overall. Or at least work with like the Tenogen helmet, right? Like, because the Tenogen helmet, like this is like the blue channel is your like main channel, and on this, like what happened here is that the person who did the Tenogen knows what primary and secondary mean. You know what I mean when I say that? Like, you see this blue is primary and the white is like a tertiary color, and then accents is metallics. Like the only thing on this Sigrun skin that I don't like is that they did double metallics, which I'm just personally not a fan of, but some people like it. Like, if you look at this skin, like the white areas and the black areas are pretty equal, so it's arguable you could go either way on where primary or where secondary and tertiary could go. But the primary color is definitely the blue. But on this skin, if you look at this, the primary color in this skin at current is white. There's no debate. But that's the tertiary color. And the primary is blue, which is least present in this skin at current. The blue is like the least present color overall in this entire skin. Like it's literally upside down. The Tenogen helm work with the deluxe? Well, so that's actually the thing we're just talking about right now, is that it would actually work fucking great. It would actually be perfect for it, but because the color channels are upside down, it's not going to work for it, because you're gonna be fucking Captain Bluehead with your white armor. But imagine if this was flipped upside down, it would be the same scheme as this. So the helm would be this white mane, and then these white parts would be blue. And that would work really, really well with how this one is set up. It's really unfortunate that these color channels are upside down. That is like the mega negative with this, is that I think the helmet is the weakest part, and you can't really switch to another helmet because the color channels don't allow for it. I do like this skin though. Also, I'm not big on the energy like this. Like the big energy armor stuff. Like, some people will like this, and like that it's just like a taste thing, right? Like whether or not you need this like big energy pop. I think it looks better just without it personally. Like I would rather have this be invisible rather than like this kind of more showy look. I think one day we'll get an update where we can color each piece, helmet and armor, separately. Maybe. Why so dark on the hologram flesh? Oh yeah, like I said, I'm not big on the hologram stuff. I think the hologram, like, it looks a little cheap. And I don't mean that like the effect looks cheap, because I think the effect is well done, right? But it, like, you know, I think it looks a little like it's a little much. You know what I mean? Like it's like very pheasant, and I don't usually like that in the skins that I use, is for it to be very pheasant. Yeah, as a design element, not the actual like work that went into it. Yeah, peacocking, indeed.
Shut up and take my money.
Pheasants do that too, though, don't they? Am I wrong? Do pheasants
We
not
can
also do
color
that?
operator eyes separately, but not helmet/body lamel.
They do also do that? Okay, that's what I thought. That's why I dislike a lot of the new characters, too much details. Yeah, that's fair. Peacock is a kind of pheasant? Oh, okay. Well, fair enough then. I thought those were separate. Should have been an ephemera. I'm glad that it's not an ephemera. And also, like, because, like, the actual energy, like, on the suit is separated from that effect, you can just make it a dark color like this and it goes away, and that's not a big deal. I think that it's fine for customization. Also, Mobot, thank you very much for the resub. Much appreciated. It's too much like the Protobuyer is too much. I think the Protobuyer in the right situation is fine. What if some medium saturation tint to the hollow flesh? I mean, like, you can do any level of it, right? Like, I think this isn't so bad, but I also think it's needless. Like, I think it's not adding anything at a level like this. Like, I would rather focus on, like, the armor. And also, I like the aesthetic of a hollow shell. Like the Harrow Deluxe skin. Sub notifications off? No, they're on. Didn't it just pop up? Also, Nox, thank you very much for the resub. What ephemera are you using? This is the Hypatia? Yeah, the Hypatia ephemera. This comes from the Sisters of Parvos.
Shut up and take my money.
I think this skin looks pretty good. Yeah, if the color
Level
channels were
56
flipped, I think it'd
Hype
be
Fighter.
much better. Yeah, for anyone that wants to see like what that Hildren do, let's go to okay, Steel Path. Abnui. We get another skin in this update? Yes, this is a big Tenogen round as well. We're going to be buying a Wisp skin. Shocker, I fucking know. Grendel, I don't think has the Lunar New Year skin yet.
Shut up and take my money.
Oh, thank you, Kindred. Also, thank you very much for the resub. Playing the issue with condition overload that's currently going on. I'm hearing from people it's kind of got fucked in
Less
this
than
patch.
3 of you bros.
Oh, did they
Glad
mess
you're
up
doing
that?
all right. You too, chat.
Did they mess up something with condition overload? It shouldn't be different. Did them touching the galvanized mods in an attempt to fix them fuck that up?
Sending modified life support capsules. Use these to sustain your environment or attach Kuba catalysts to begin harvesting.
So this is the Hildren thing. But are you getting fire procs? This is the Hildren augment. Basically, if you have your 3 on, you can hit 2 and put fire procs and everything. And then obviously your 2 is also shredding armor. Plus, I'm utilizing Roar so that it does way more damage.
Life support incoming.
Yeah, this is like the super lazy Hildren build. Oh, that is lazy. I'm impressed. Yeah, and this is, keep in mind, this is Steel Path. So in any like regular missions, anything near you dies when you do this. Like any enemy that is vulnerable to like this damage type essentially evaporates in regular missions.
To the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
There goes the Zenith. The Zenith is pretty much exclusively for running Profit Taker. It's the speedrun weapon for Profit Taker, and that's pretty much it. I'm lazy. I need to sort that. Yeah, well, there you go. But yeah, this build's been around for a while, but I didn't give it much thought. But yeah, like actually using it, like realizing it is like maximum chill out and like these enemies have no fucking chance at all. Like I am not in danger at all, like in any way. That was the big thing where I was like, okay, I understand like more of the value of this build because it is like no thoughts, just vibes. Does Super Vandal give energy or shields in this instance? No, I equipped it because I was going to test it. Turns out it doesn't work. They're pretty much just good for popping nullifier bubbles. Yeah, no thoughts, just shields. Yeah, exactly. Very interesting time to turn off sound and watch anime while doing this. Right, exactly. And like you can see, like just like obviously it's tracking it with like the steel path thing there, or not the steel path thing, just the Nightwave thing there. Like in terms of like kill per time, it's actually really not bad. Yeah, what if chill and kill them all? 7-2-year Warframe extension for Twitch. Oh, I meant to go turn that back on, but I was adding the new emotes. So give me a second, and I will shove that on. Yeah, this is going to be in my big like builds refresh. It's like it's actually really easy to put together too. Like it's not like difficult. You pretty much just need the augment, and especially like a non-steel path version of this is like hilariously easy to put together, which is of course of benefit.
Shut up and take my money.
Yeah, you can also spam it when necessary too, because the heat procs are based on your tubing cast. So like if you just want to do it at close range to like nuke dudes with like continuing to put more heat procs on them, you can do that. Obviously, it's much better whenever you actually use Roar though. You really do need to use either Roar or Chroma's armor ability with electricity. Otherwise, it's not super great. These are all Xmas. They're like nearly immune to this. Because it is all single elemental damage. Although I will say one of the benefits to using the Chroma ability instead of Roar on this is it's basically the same upkeep, but you're two different damage types. Why electricity? The electricity has an interaction with this where basically you using shields for your abilities counts for taking damage. So the electric aura is constantly shitting out damage.
Our operative is making progress. This will help our cause. Extraction is available if you need it.
So you turned off my ability. No wonder these enemies aren't dying. Okay, frick. I didn't bring like an acolyte killing weapon. I forgot. Maybe you guys fucking up with the Jans. Oh shit. All right, well, fair enough. I got every proc on me all at once. I don't know what did that. Oh, my mag bubbled me and I killed myself. Okay. I didn't even realize. I was literally not paying attention to what acolyte it was. Whoops. I did not even read their name. Oh well. Yeah, heat procs come from Blazing Pillage. That acolyte is the worst. Oh no no no! The one that has the fucking the rapier. That guy's the worst because he shuts all your abilities off for like multiple seconds. He fucking sucks. Is protective dash worth farming for? No. Anyone who tells you different is fucking huffing copium. Yeah, violence. Yeah, that sounds right.
As you conquer the
Nucor and glaive equal no acolyte weapons. I think my like heavy attack for glaive is not bound right now. I think I didn't rebind it. Also, the glaive is actually not very good against the acolytes. Interview from equipment plugging up. Yeah, we didn't have it up for that mission. I meant to turn it on whenever I was adding new emotes, but I did not. I'll turn it on now. There we go. Generally not had issues with glaive with early wave acolytes. For me, it like almost never like counts as hitting them. I was bound, just wasn't blowing up. Weird. Oh yeah, using mushroom is like, honestly, like, there's an argument. There's an argument between mushroom and Kuva-Nucor. Like, I think I prefer having mushroom as my secondary, depending on what my primary is. Like, if I'm using like Proboscis Ceranos as my primary, I think I prefer having mushroom. Yeah, that's the Hildrin. The Hildrin skin, and also like her build. Here, I'll show this real quick in case it's not popping up because I just turned the like extension on. Yeah, this is like a 3-forma build that absolutely under no circumstances needs prime sure-footed. Like, under no circumstances does this need prime sure-footed at all. So, like, you can go way cheap on this. Like, you don't even need Umbral Intensify. Like, the difference between Umbral Intensify and regular fucking Intensify is so small in this specific build's case. It's like, we're talking about, like, what are her base polarities? Is it DD? Are these her 2 base ones? I think she's got double Ds by default, right? I'm sorry, I couldn't fucking help it. I apologize. Eyes rolling so hard. I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, if these are your 2 initial polarities, though, you save 8 here, and then that gets spent here. And then you save 5 here, spend 4 there. I think it's a 1. Yeah, it looks like a 1-forma build. If you don't care about prime sure-footed, and obviously prime sure-footed is like fucking getting into a big comfy sweater and wrapping yourself in a blanket and sitting by a campfire. Like that's what's occurring whenever you equip prime sure-footed. It's just comfy. But you know, have you seen the Wisp skins yet? Okay, so I saw some of the Wisp skins on the test server, and there's one that I'm just gonna go buy. Because if we just look at like some of the new skins, I think C is my... Yeah, this one we can just like default colors. So this skin, this is one of the new ones. This one's fine. I think I'm going to wait and see the rest of the Wisp skins that are coming with the next Tennogen round to see if I want to get this one. But I think this one's pretty good. This is the Sycorax skin. Now, you might look at this and go, why would I want my Wisp to look like this? Well, specifically for me, I have like a fucking... This is a meme where I have Angel Wisp, so I made Devil Wisp because she can be your Angel or your Devil. And that's hilarious to me. But also, like, this is how this looks. So this looks pretty good. Like, this is real good. Yeah, Wisp Sycorax skin, for real. Go darker on the red. Yeah, I probably will edit it slightly darker. But, like, this was my impression on the test server. Is I was like, oh yeah, let's look at those real quick, and I put it on here, and I'm like, well. Might need to buy some Tennogen. Yeah, I'm holding off on this one because I think it looks good. This is a good looking skin, and like if we look at it with like the I'm using the Delusion right now, like Celestis on here. This abs super valid, right? Like this totally fits this aesthetic. But I think some of the other Wisp skins that we know that we're getting might also fit this aesthetic, and I want to see if they do it better. But yeah, like this skin's definitely good. It's a much better helmet. Like easy mode, it's a much better helmet than we get out of like the Delusion skin. But I think there might be a better one coming for the purposes of like this skin. Yeah, this one like this here, I was like, okay, I'm pretty happy with this. This is like, you know, it's a devil theme or whatever. And then I was like, okay, but that's a demon. That is the demons. This is fucking doom. Lovely at Sycorax because I named my Wisp Lodette Sirith, Flesh Wraith in Welsh. All right. Evil Incarnate called? Yeah, right. Fucking Demon Wisp is here to kill your Oberon. All right, also, one second, I'm buying this. For chess. Looks like Harrow's sister. Oberon is dead. Please stop. Working on 2 Angel Wisps based off Boros and Orzhov Angels. Between the Celestis skin and Delusion head for Boros and the inverse for Orzhov, I think we're onto a winner. There we go. So then I think it's this color. No. That one's actually totally fine. This one. Ooh, finding a darker one is actually going to be harder because this is the darkest on the Halloween set. Let's see about... that's not red enough. Valentine's? Oh, too dark. Much too dark. That's the same. It's kind of colorless. Fire palette, you think? Ooh, maybe under Hatred. No, these are a little bit too, like, desaturated. That's too dark. I think this is too dark. Gamma palette, maybe. Let's try classic first. I think that's not red enough. Classic saturated. This is very slightly more red. This is an extremely minor change between the two colors. I think this is superior. We'll still look, though. Just in general, this color channel takes color extremely well. Let's mess with gamma. Cool. Okay, that's not gonna take us where we want to go. Eximus, maybe? No, that's much lighter. No, that's not dark enough. Maybe some of the Tenno colors. No. Whoa. God, it takes color a little too well. Jesus. I think this is actually good. Try Valentine and seasonal. That's true. I think actually, yeah, this was originally this color. Actually, maybe this is slightly better. We're gonna go look at the Valentine one. Functionally the same color. Yeah, this is a benefit of the Valentine palette, that this color is like basically black, but in this case, not really what we're looking for. I mean, these are all like good like colors to go for on this skin. Like there's like clearly a lot to do here in terms of like colors you could use on this skin, I think. Yeah, I think we're just gonna stick with this though. It takes color well. 1 second later, the color wheel has assumed direct control. The new metal tech looks amazing. Oh yeah, it is an insane upgrade. Oh, let's see. Did they document like operator changes? Because they look way better. Specifically, of course, I mean the drifters. Yeah, no, like, I know they added the heterochromia stuff, and that's like all fine and good. But like, oh, also they added, they like doubled the size of this, which is good. Yeah, so there's just way more to choose from here, so that's nice. I think I actually like this better. It's like a little less pale. Yeah, sure, yeah. Here you go. Nice. My color's finally there, yeah. Yeah, expanding this is just good. I wish this was a palette that we could use otherwise, though. It'd be really nice because, like, certain, like, skins, like Grendel. Like, Grendel has, like, his fucking super creepy Tenogen skin, and making it, like, fucking skin tone would really amp that up. My male drifter still looks like sexy Squidward to me. Nice. Yeah, man, you know what I should have done? I should have taken a before screenshot so that we could direct compare. But I think the drifter faces got, like, an upgrade with this as well. Both the operator and drifter got the changes. Yeah, they both have the expanded palette. New metal tech applied to the classic graphics engine. It is not. Yeah, to my knowledge, it is not active for that. Check tag got PBR. Does Goose still get the full sauce with his augment from the test server? Yep, as far as I know. Yep. You know you can favorite colors on the palette for picking your UI colors to use on whatever? I did not know that. That's interesting. Can you show the close test where you compared the live with the test? I did, but it's been a while. I think this is upgraded, but I'm not 100 million% sure. Anyway, let's test Urelli. God, this skin really does look good. Yeah, the way the energy like pulses in this skin too. Yeah, this is good. This is exactly the edgy that you were looking for. Like if you wanted edgy wisp, this is literally perfect for that. Yeah, that's real good. It's worth using if you're Urelli. Well, all right. The way the early augment is worded sounds like it would be useless. So it was like usable but bad on the test server. Oh, they made the number higher. The number's bigger. Hold on, wait, I gotta move myself. Sorry, I'm a little bit high. Woo. They made the fucking number bigger. They gave it an additional 2%. It starts at 10% instead of 8. That actually matters because it also has additional ways to gain number. So it's free to throw it if you're on Marulina, which if you're gonna play Ureli, you should be on Marulina. Yeah, 25% increase is actually pretty major. Also, when you throw it, it also builds up now, which actually matters. I actually wasn't sure if it was just not fully working or not on the test server, but them adding that functionality tells me exactly what it should do. So that's great. Yeah, so yeah, okay, good. I'm glad. Great. They fucking thank God they buffed this. Okay, let's try this now. Let's see here. What should we take out? Well, I'm not gonna go fleeting because now I need a duration. It's 45 seconds by default. Am I gonna need more? I'm probably not. It's still not modifiable by strength, but I'm still gonna want enough strength for gloom to be good. So that's a thing. How much do we need range? It's 28 right now. We could probably drop Augur Reach. They get a 23 Gloom. That's probably fine. I don't really think there's an issue with that. And then we're on Growing Power Energy Conversion currently. Ureli's not applicable for the way to gain power strength with the Parazon, really, because she always wants to be on Marulina. Let's do placeholder Augur Message. Like, Augur Message would clearly, like, very clearly become Prime Continuity, just because it's fucking literally double the number. But let's see what we can do with, like, nearly a minute of this ability and just spamming the absolute motherfuck out of it. Like, it should be pretty good, I think. I've embraced my inner DeviantArt and used the heterochromia options. Very nice. You're really trying to secure that C-. I mean, if this is good enough, there's like a chance it could actually make her like a low B Warframe. Like, it's possible. And that's something. Why adaptation? So that I don't die. Bring a shotgun with galvanized CO. It broke in a good way. Wait, is it broken again? The thing before was that it wasn't broken. Or that it was broken in a bad way. Is it now reverse broken? Should be pretty good on Anaros because Aquablade's his helmet. Actually, Anaros is one of the few Warframes that can use it. So they added an energy drain if you're throwing them and you're not on Marulina. So for putting it on other Warframes, it's way, way worse. Multiplies by innate multi-shot now? Wait, what? No. Well, wait, doesn't that just mean that it multiplies the overall actual full damage like it's supposed to? This also works on the Redeemer. Oh, fuck, really? The Redeemer is already real good. It multiplies what? So it takes into account that it needs to multiply the total damage of like a shot from a shotgun. So like shotguns have an inherent multi-shot. So if one pellet does 8 damage, that used to be like the additional damage that the galvanized mods and stuff were giving you. But it should be based on the whole damage because obviously that's how that stat works, like with Serration and stuff. But it wasn't doing that. It was only taking one pellet into account. Photo icons look different. Yeah, they improved them. I like them better. All right, let's just go straight to Steel Path. Fuck them. Thanks for the Atlas build, bros. Just loaded up Atlas for the first time in 2 years and 2-punched an Acolyte. Shit rocks. Hell yeah. Enjoy, Viper. Hopefully he gets some quality of life updates for you so that maybe it's a little less intense on your pressing 1 abilities. They're bug with Thermal Sunder Augment. I'm only getting half the duration it says in the Warframe modding screen. That's not right.
Scans show
Perhaps.
when you're harvesting Kuva nearby. Set off the alarms to draw them out, then steal their Kuva catalysts. Predictable. As expected, Grineer have shut down the environmental systems, sending modified life support capsules. Use these to sustain your environment or attach Kuva catalysts to begin harvesting.
Oh man, the addition of throwing it actually makes this kind of good because it can double scale based on the enemies around you and in front of you. You can actually live your best Blender life. I will say this is really annoying, just like the Atlas stuff, because you have to constantly throw. But this is funny. Is it fun, though? If I could hold 3 and automatically just continue to throw, I'd be pretty into this, actually.
Tenno, prepare for life support.
So downside, it's got to build back up. But if you've got, like, a decent group of enemies, it's okay at building back up. Wait a minute, this on lava, so you have to spam too much. So the throwing this isn't free unless you're on Marulina, which other Warframes do not have access to.
Activating it will buy you more time.
This also actually doesn't interfere with like my usual plan of like Gloom because this doesn't eat my energy orb boost. Okay, this is funny now. All right, they upped the numbers and they made this. You know what? This works. I'm curious to see how good it is on the Acolytes. I would go so far as to say that this might actually be the Ureli build now because it was so fucking awkward to build up before. And also, like, the numbers weren't great. Like, how long you needed to build up was not very good. But it turns out whenever you exponentially add an additional 25% to the gain and make it so that it gains off the actual primary attack, it's much better. So great. Wonderful. They did the numbers go up. Really has something useful? Oh, okay. Please don't misconstrue this as something useful. But this is a thing for Ureli to do. And that's like, we haven't had that like before.
I've delivered another life support capsule.
Like, this would be really good if her 3 scaled with strength. Like her 3 augment, if it scaled with strength, like based on the gain. So, because like right now, counting energy, fucking the energy orb pickup for the extra 50%. Oh man, this is really annoying to do though. I'm gonna do a thing real quick. Wow, fucking. Yeah, she has a real build. We're gonna just go ahead and just fucking mouse wheel up. Unlock my mouse wheel. Oh, that's much more comfortable. Now she's a carpal tunnel frame. Yeah. Well, see that's just true. But that's okay. Some frames are just they give you carpal tunnel. You know, it's just their nature. You can't help it. Yeah, see, like, whenever we're at the beginning here, it builds up kind of slow, but I'm going to add a bunch more duration to this. But not like that much more, but like a significant chunk more duration. So it's going to, like, also, like, not have to build up as often. And once it's built up, like, it's doing it. This is Steel Path. Like, it's killing these enemies. Like, it's actually, you know, pretty good. Like, it's not even close to, like, the damage of, like, say, Savage Ash. But they're, like, because Savage Ash is kind of like a non-quality of life. Although I guess this is non-quality of life, too, because you have to hit the fucking 3 keys so much. But, yeah. Yeah, I would put this in, like, the same kind of realm as that. Yeah, see, whenever you have to rebuild up, it's not so great. I would say, like, a big benefit here is I think in, like, about the last 20 seconds or so. Oh, no, you still need to throw it. I was going to say you might not have to, like, throw it. Also, it's not a one-handed ability, so this can't be a thing you do while reloading in a lot of cases, which is a bit unfortunate. Okay, it can kill an Acolyte. Sure. All right. Yeah. So you're at least a spam frame now? Yep, certainly looks that way. There reason to use this over something like Monkey. I mean, Monkey needs a gun to go with it, I guess. I mean, there's no reason to use this over something like Mesa is another point, I suppose. Walking Carpal Tunnel. Yeah, I literally have my 3 key bound to mouse wheel up, and I have a unlockable mouse wheel. It's just spinning. I'm literally just, like, giving it a little push every once in a while. Like, that's what's going on here. It's been exactly what you were doing and why the changes made this possible. So, big thing, huge deal. They upped the amount of gain by 2%, and because it started at 8%, now it's at 10, which is a 25% increase, and that matters. In addition to that, throwing it also, all enemies hit by the throw also build that stack. So they exponentially increased how fast this builds up, making it so that your dead time while you're, like, building up is way lower. And, like, lowering the amount of dead time means that you have way more uptime, which is good. Yeah, I'm gonna say this is not, like, you know, a good build. Like, it's not gonna be, like, it's gimmicky, and that's fine. Larva be a good option then? No, I mean, like, you're throwing it. You don't really need to... You actually don't really need grouping. Like, grouping doesn't actually really matter very much. Yeah, we'll be able to see from, like, the amount of, like, KPS, like, it's not great. But it's doing something. Like, this is Ureli, you know, Ureli, like, abilities only, pretty much. And, like, it can kill Acolytes and stuff. Like, that's, you know, that's much better than she was doing before. Also, keep in mind, Ureli already has a grouping ability, even if this wanted that. Her 4 is basically like it's worse Larva, but it's kind of Larva. In reality, if you're using this, just use Baruch. Oh, yeah, Baruch is way better than this. Hilariously better than this. Can I use your 4 to group a little? I mean, I can. It just is not, like, it's not necessary. Although, if there are enough enemies... It's arguable that, like, if you're turning your 3 back on, you should group and then not throw for a second. And do that. That's actually like an arguable synergy here, is that you should group with your 4 and then just kind of sit on them for a second to rebuild up. Because you sit here and like you could build up a bunch. I wish that like... So this is like a dumb thing. I wish that I had more of a number up top, as a percentile, instead of like the actual damage. Like the actual damage is way more useful because you can see how much it's building up there in the top. I wish it was a percentage because it would be more hilarious and it would feed my Timmy brain more. I can't hit 3. 3 is not functioning. Oh, there we go. I just needed to cast a different ability. There you go. You can see how fast this is building up. See this? So this is an argument for like using your 4 to group them real quick. And then you can proceed with your throwing and murdering this way. Because once you're up to about 20k, like most stuff isn't gonna be a huge deal. Like depending on what it is. Like obviously this Arctic Eximus needs a little more focus and like all that kind of stuff. And Leech Exami and all these bastards. I'm gonna wait for this other Acolyte, which should show up pretty soon. You know, this kept up with life support pretty well. I'm a bit surprised how well it kept up with it. I'm curious how many kills we're going to be at the end of this. Because usually you want to be on, like, at least 100 KPS. Or, KPM. If you're on, like, 100 kills per minute in, like, this mission, usually that's solid enough that you can keep up air support for, like, a good chunk of time. We have 30 seconds, so we should just get like this kind of full scale here. All right, it's violence. Oh yeah, I also can't use operator. Whoop! There we go. Shit, right, I don't have rolling guard on. Unfortunate. Well, violence died though, so that's good. He just turned off all my shit. I didn't realize it was him because I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, this is a goofy little build, and I'm okay with it. Right, the new Ureli ability, that. Forgot about that. Oh, for anyone that doesn't know, Ureli can, like, dodge in this ability now. And it lets you go through areas that would otherwise be a pain in the ass in some cases. Like doorways. Put this on Hydroid? Nope.
It is done, Tenno.
Yeah, okay, sure. All right, that works. It's not great, but it works now. It's like reasonable. Like I could be like, okay, yeah, sure, it's a build. All I need is a build for each frame, goofy or not. Yeah. They gave her Sevagoth's dodge on Marilena. Cool. Yeah, pretty much. KPM. Oh yeah. Okay, sure. We're it's a little lower than you want, but that's like fine. We're at 1,000 kills. So like, yeah, sure. Yeah, it's a bit lower than you want. Like I would want like 1,200 kills in this case. But like that's not that much under what you want. And also there's some consideration for this build is not like full. Like I'm gonna have more duration. So theoretically I'll have more uptime. So maybe you can actually hit that part there. All beams aside, it good now and could be used on Hildren. I think that maybe. I probably wouldn't, but maybe. Really catching the last minute promotion before the tier list? Yeah. I'm glad that they fixed this mod and made it like more reasonable. Build actually kills more enemies per minute than Savage Ash. Yeah, oh, Savage Ash is super slow because it's like a very low quality of life build. Oh, it scales the multiplier for each pellet off of the total sum of damage. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, chat, you know what that means? You know how I said like you have 8 damage per pellet and then you multiply that, like, let's say 10. So you do 80 damage overall. And before CO Galvanized Savvy, let's say, was giving you only 8 damage multiplied by its effect. And it should be 80 multiplied by its effect. Now it's 80 times 10 multiplied by its effect. Which is the reverse problem. And it's not really a problem. Like, single shot shotguns probably actually kind of need it to work that way. Does this make the Bubonico good? No. Everyone stop using the fucking Bubonico. No one use the... Everyone, you stay in your damn lane. Don't get the Bubonico nerfed. Don't use it too much if you're going to use it. If you're going to use the Bubonico, you do it off stream, alone. The thing you could do in the privacy of your own bedroom and nowhere else. Yeah, wear headphones. Yeah, don't let it get too high on usage. It was in like the top 15. You guys need to be careful. Yeah, remember, if you see a DE employee, pull the nuke core out. Did someone say nerf something? No. Flynn? No. Also, Flynn, did you try your Ureli augment yet? Now that its numbers and mechanics are way more in line with like a usable thing. Not yet. Have not been on the game. Well, good news. They made the Ureli augment so that it's like good enough to actually be used. So that's nice. I'm very happy with that. Yeah, the Ureli augment is the best. Nerf the shit into the ground. Get it nerfed. Please, no. Ureli could use the assistance. Legendary rank 2 test time? I don't think we have any new items to get me there. I'm 8,000 away. Like, I need to do these, but I think, so this is 800. I'm just a calculator. It's, yeah, I'm just doing it this way. 800 800 plus 1,000. Is that right? No, I did this backwards. No, because each level's 100. No, sorry. I was doing Warframe math. 400 plus 600 plus 800 plus 800 plus 1,000. So that's 3,600 in these, and then plus 3k, 6,600. Because I missed the fucking duel to Curions. Because who gives a shit? Are you gonna play Lost Ark? I think we're probably gonna end up skipping on Lost Ark just because there's so much in this month. But yeah, okay. So adding this stuff up, that's 6,600, and then I have one level of Railjack I could get, so that's like plus 1,500. That's 8,100. So I could get to Legendary 2. It would require me to get a level in Railjack I don't want, and also go grind through all the Tenet stuff, and also buy the Prisma Duel to Curion. Yeah, I could get there by 2 points. More realistically, it's not that important to me. So I'm probably just going to wait for the next update. Yeah, I'll wait for the next Prime or literally any other item. Because, like, I mean, honestly, the main reason is I don't want Gunnery 10 because it sucks. If they make Gunnery 10 good, I'll do the rest of the grind, 100%. The next Prime next month? That sounds right. Elden Ring is looming and is preparing to infest everyone's Twitch feeds. I'm so fucking ready for Elden Ring. Also, yesterday we were playing Demon's Souls. I did the farming necessary today for the healing items. The healing item farm is not that bad in that game. It sucks that it exists, but it's not that bad. Gunnery 10 is literally 2 downsides? Yeah, exactly. What is Subsume Wisps for? Anyone? I go with Rage. Or, not Rage, Roar. Sorry. What gets vaulted next Prime Access? That information is one I can never remember. Yeah, Korra should be the next Prime. Yeah. Yeah, Korra and then Garuda. That should be the order, unless they decide to switch it up for some reason. It would be really... Actually... You know, no. It might monetarily make sense to do Garuda and then Korra. Because if they do Garuda first, that's the early in the year where we all spent money for Christmas. So, Korra's the more popular frame. So, like, just like pure, like, market choices are probably Garuda first because no one fucking cares about Garuda. So, unless you're going to, like, fix her, then doing her first in, like, probably the least profitable Prime Access of the year makes sense. I think we're getting Prime Venari. Oh, yeah, for sure. If they do Garuda, hopefully they give her some buffs. I mean, Garuda could use it. Garuda needs, like, honestly, unironically, Garuda needs DR. Like, that shield shit that she's doing is, like, man, are you from 2014, Garuda? What you doing? Why? Garuda, then Baruch, then Revenant would be a long run of semi-unpopular frames. I think they should do Garuda first. I disagree that Baruch is unpopular. I think Baruch is underutilized because he comes from Fortuna. I think his prime will be a significant uptick in Baruch players. Yeah, like Baruch is both quite good and very simple to play and has a variety of ways that you can build him. Like, Baruch is pretty solid in, like, a lot of different aspects, but he comes from Fortuna and nobody wants to do that shit. I bought both of my Baruch copies. See, exactly. Also, yeah, there's a good number of people that like Revenant. I think Revenant is pretty poorly designed, but, you know, people like him. There's a cult following of Revenant players. Just not a fan of the Baruch skin. Looks too plain. The Prime can fix that. The Prime can fix that. Are we going to form a Yareli? I think we are. I think we are going to form a Yareli. Fucking absolutely wild in here. I save the exact... Well, no. I save 7 instead of 6. That's better to do it that way. I'm not going to give her a number format. That'd be hilarious. What all... Do we want... Do we give a... I guess this is probably best as Power Drift. How much format is it to get Power Drift up here, though? It's 3, right? I mean, 3's not so bad. It's literally 1 if I don't add Power Drift. The difference on Power Drift is minor. Well, I guess it does increase the initial damage of Aqua Blades. Would it be 2 to get Power Drift? I don't think so. Well, no. So I'm upgrading Augur Message up to Prime Continuity to clarify here. So this would stay the same cost. So that I would get 6 points back here, and then I'd only have 7 here. Yeah, that'll make it 3. Yeah, otherwise, absolutely correct. Do you want to play her more is the question? Well, no. Absolutely not. Like, come on. What do you think this is? But she's going to be getting a video. Yeah, builds refresh. He is the testing boy. The boy who tests. should Augur Secrets be different? I'm trying to think of all the different things that we could do here and what we should do. Because, like, we might want... I mean, duration equals uptime. But we're going to be pretty good on uptime. Stretch or Augur stretch? I mean, we want stretch, because I want... The 23 meters is a good range for Gloom. I like that. You could Augur stretch to save a couple points. That's, you know, you make a good argument there. That's true. So I spend 7 here. I get 6 back. No, it's, and then I get 2 more. True. That's a 2-form of build. That is considerably more accessible and less of a pain. Besides the augments, what else got changed or added? They made some significant changes to the lighting system. There's some new operator cosmetic options and such. The new war is replayable and looks really fucking good with the new rendering. First, use specific playlists on Spotify. I really like to stay some music. I actually use a app called Pretzel Rocks. It is a app that's like specifically built for streamers, but has a lot of good music on it. And also, I actually have a much more limited subset of like what's on Pretzel for like what I play on stream, because I use YouTube safe mode. If you turn off YouTube safe mode, which if you're just listening to it by yourself, then it becomes like exponentially a larger library of songs. What premium is the next refresh bid on? It's Frost. Spoiler, it's not a build video. There will be a build in it. The true damage snow globe build? No, that build sucks. How many years of Frost reworks is that? 0. He's been the same since he launched. Will the build have mods in it? Yep. Oh, you gonna tell us the sponsor shenanigans you had planned? So unfortunately, due to some scheduling unfortunateness, and I don't know if anyone caught this in the Excalibur video. The Excalibur video actually ended up using the sponsor that I was meant to use on the Frost video. Yeah, initially, I think the like kind of extra credits thing I put on the Excal thing, I think I do say it was the Frost video in that at some point. But the front, like the actual ad part for Magic Spoon was initially way more shitting on Frost the ad. I reworked it to work for just like any video, basically. I think the sponsor might appreciate not being on the Frost video. Why? I don't think that's true at all. That Frost video might do really well. Because everyone fucking hates Frost. He sucks. Although his usage stats do not say that for fucking some reason. No one wants to sponsor Frost. See, that's the thing, though. It just matters if people see the video, not if they like Frost. That Frost video, how many Warframe academics are going to question you for hating Frost, and how hard will we laugh at those people? Oh, yeah, no, there's going to be some... Man, it is going to be like the valley of the fucking copium druids if in the goddamn comments. It's going to be rough. Oh yeah, it's just my build, even though I've tried all those fucking stupid gimmick bullshits. Brosheim, the Valley of Copium. God, yeah, let's form a Ureli, huh? In the year of our Lord, 2022, Forma Ingia. What do you mean? That's a healthy 69 seconds duration. Nice, nice, nice. Level her in ESO. I can. Oh, here, 1 second. I'm gonna change something on my mouse. They didn't redo the operator's hair this update, right? Their new hair physics. I think so. No, yeah, no. That hair did not make it in, I don't think. We did on the test build, we got to see the preview that they showed on stream, on that dev stream, but I don't think that's in public build now, because that was a test thing. It's definitely not a macro. No, it absolutely is. I made it so whenever I hold this mouse button, it hits 3 until I stop holding the mouse button, because I'm not a fucking moron. There's no real reason for me to bring the Redeemer. Just don't think so. Better not be. We're stitching streamline with natural talent. Oh, does natural talent work on the throwing? That is something I had not considered. I don't know, would be dope. Okay, now we have to go test that real quick. Yeah, we're gonna go do a look-see on whether or not that works.
You are a true hunter. Where would the sanctuary be without you?
Yeah, primed natural talent removes all skill casting animations. Yeah, that would actually be pretty large if true. That would be big McLarge huge if true. To the absolute copium of Pokemon fans in the Xenoblade 3 trailer post. No, but I can only imagine how depressing that is. Okay, wait, we have to do like pre this change look-sees. Jump on this. Okay. This is what we're looking like here. Like roughly, like let's say like 1 a second or so. Oh, that's really important. That's really important. Oh, that's really important. That's muy importante. With Cunning Drift? No. I'm gonna remove... Oh, well, I don't want to remove Double Auger. Well, I don't cast that much. Oh, well. Actually, yeah, I can afford to just, like, drop some strength. Well, if I drop 24 strength, base gloom, it's still a 50%. And she has, like, just raw tankiness. Plus, I have growing power, which makes up for some of it. Okay, so I'm thinking what we're going to go for is I still want to use an Auger mod. So we're going to go Auger Reach, Cunning Drift, And then Streamline can go here. Rain. Yeah, I definitely want some efficiency. Speed drift for the extra casting speed? I mean, no, that's probably not worth it. Extra range. What's my range at here? I guess this is 20 meters. Maybe I don't need more range than this. The efficiency I definitely want, though. Power drift here, then? Yeah, power drift here, then. Does that change? That doesn't change the amount of forma for the build. Finally fixing up my Nejo. What's a good helmet for him? Roar. Does range affect the Surging Blade's explosion? No, I don't believe so. The range is mostly for Gloom, just so we're clear here. The 20-meter radius or diameter? I think it's 20-meter diameter? Is that right? No, I think it's... No, it's radius. Is it radius? It is, right? Do you need Streamline? I think efficiency is probably wanted here. Because, like, Gloom can get pretty expensive if you're not lowering the cost by, like, a pretty significant amount. Yeah, we don't just get Zeneric time. Yeah, also that. Isn't there another efficiency mod? I mean, there's Fleeting, and then there's the... I think I actually don't have it yet. Yeah, there's the new mod, but it gives like such like an insignificant amount. Yeah, there's an Archon mod, but it's such an insignificant amount of efficiency. Bro's not having a mod. Yes, it is one of the 5 mods I do not currently have. If it could fit into the Exla slot, would Speed Drift be worth it? Total plus 65%? I don't think so. Like, let's look at what Speed Drift... That's not a P. What Speed Drift gets us in terms of, like, speed here. I think it's going to be insignificant. Yeah, nearly imperceptible difference in terms of, like, how many of these we're throwing. Yeah, big diminishing returns there. Yeah, so I don't think that's worthwhile. I think we'll get more out of Power Drift in our Exla slot here, and I think Streamline's definitely correct. Is your Rayleigh's augment still trash? Yeah, makes her way better. They actually fucking fixed this shit. Which, like, I'm very surprised. I really thought it was just gonna stay the same because all the people were like, it's broken. Everyone was like, fucking, it's the most busted thing in the world, and it was like barely functional. Is it worth putting on any other Warframes? So, with this buff, they gave it a downside, and that is, if you are throwing it, it costs 10 energy, and that's with 30% efficiency, to throw it if you're not on Marulina. So no other Warframe, except for maybe Hildren, but that's a stretch, is going to be able to take advantage of this. And whenever you're talking about a build investment of, like, needing to equip the augment, and that's your subsume... Yeah, that's a really tough sell. Oh, you know who might be able to use it? Lavos. Lavos does not have any energy to spend on it. Lavos, maybe. Lavos has the cooldown, though? Sure. That's true. Also test Harrow. Yeah, Harrow can maybe make up for the energy loss by just the significant DPS. That's true. That might actually give him some, like, higher level DPS. Ooh, also the one, like, Harrow's 1 plus that ability is pretty solid. Yeah, Hildren wouldn't really care.
Background radiation is a riot.
Lava's cooldown affect the throwing of the glaive? Unlikely. Limbo shenanigans? I don't think Limbo's energy economy is good enough for that. Subsume Aqua Blades instead of Garuda's 4. Yeah, Garuda is like a pipe dream on this one. Garuda doesn't have the survivability required. You're literally better off using Ureli. Which is so sad. God, that makes me sad. Also, I will tell you guys, this is a weird revelation I came upon. You're not going to like this. I think Frost is still a better Warframe than Hydroid. Wisp plus Aqua Blades, energy economy's not there. With the new augment, yes. Oh, certainly with the new augment, but I actually mean before that. Frost too good? Oh, yeah, he's, yeah, way up there, bud. Explain, please? Okay, so here's the thing. Hydroid... Okay, so here's what Frost has. Frost has a consistent crowd control skill for regular enemies that freezes them. And it's got like an armor strip that's not very good, but it has an armor strip, right? And Frost has a bubble that he can stand in and shoot dudes from, right? And that's not great because he has to stay stationary, and that really sucks in Warframe, and it's not good. But Hydroid can't shoot from his puddle, and his puddle is worse by a lot than shooting a weapon. So, I mean, because Frost is more able to shoot gun, and Hydroid kind of doesn't get that luxury, I think Frost is better than Hydroid. Because Hydroid is forced to use his puddle to survive, but while in his puddle, he is doing fucking nothing. Yeah, Frost can play more game than Hydroid. What'd you do to buff Hydroid? I would rework him. Or give him good number. You could just give Hydroid good number. Like, give Hydroid good number and consistency, and you're like, okay, sure, this is a thing you can do. It'd be like this Ureli shit. We're just talking about all the Warframes based on water. They're not having a good time. We're having a powwow. Ureli's like, goodbye. Goodbye. I graduated Augment College. Goodbye. Meanwhile, Frost and Hydroid are like, man, D tier is getting lonely. Getting real lonely. Hey now. Microphone? Where are you going? Stay. All right. This is what this tiny Allen key is for, that you can barely see. There we go. The mic is trying to interview D tier, yeah. Why isn't Frost Bubble like the one on Arctic Xmas? That would be worse. You just get in teammates' way all the time. Augment College is absolutely a very local 2-year school. Are all 4 of the new augments good? The Ureli one gives Ureli something to do, so I'm going to go ahead and say, yeah, it's good. The Frost one is technically numbers. And then the Goss one is juice. And the Grendel one technically is an upgrade for Spectro Belch, where you don't get to use Spectro Belch. You don't get to use Spectro Siphon anymore. Like, you get to use Gloom instead, and Gloom is better than Spectro. So, like, what? The nerfed Grendel? What you mean? They capped feast. What you mean they capped feast? When you say that, what do you mean by that? They capped Grendel at 40 noms? Bro. Shut the fuck up. Grendel already sucks. Come on, help this fat man. There are game crashing issues. It wasn't a balance thing. Then make the damage higher at least. They literally got rid of fucking Spectro Belt. Ugh. For a name of performance, we've added a limit of 40 enemies that can be eaten by Grendel at any given time. The spread out and vomiting of large numbers of enemies. And spread out the vomiting of large number. That means that Spectro doesn't even work anymore. You have to go the Gloom route. And also, it doesn't even work because you need to scale off that many enemies in order to make the fucking KPM good enough. And even then, it wasn't good KPM. Can we make Grendel's 4 do what it's supposed to do? Please? Please? Can we make Grendel's 4 do damage? Can he be the fucking fun bouncy ball that eats dudes that he should be? Can we have that? I would like to play that Warframe, but the numbers are so dog shit I can't play it when enemies get above level 30. God, Grendel is such a good, like, fun to play Warframe that is just gate capped behind absolute dog shit numbers.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Moon, thank you for the $1. Much appreciate it. Oh, yeah.
Lamau, there goes your Grendel vid.
That's true. Yeah, Grendel is the numbers go down Warframe, apparently. And you know, you can't have fun and be good. That's not true. Mesa and Protea both exist. Proving you wrong. That's really unfortunate. Gauss and Grendel are his best friends, where one definitely... Oh, wait. One definitely has blackmail on the other, because why the fuck is Gauss hanging around him? Oh, man. And Gauss is such a good Warframe, and he got by far the best augment of this bunch. What a ridiculous thing. The Surging Blade's a reason to use Ureli now? Unironically, yeah. Well, it's not... Okay, when I say a reason to use Ureli, I mean it's like a viable way to use Ureli. Let's be really clear here. Once again, Frost build suggestion for weapons platform. Build helmet, parasitic armor, and his 4 augment. Okay, why parasitic armor? Just to, like, get, like that number can't be that good on his 4 augment. Like, how high is it?
Shut up and take my money.
Turn lots of shields armor. Right. I know. But like that, how much shields could that possibly be? Isn't this Metreon Frost good? I mean, if you're a bot, yeah. How is Grendel going to eat over 40 guys? Tell Elmo. Grendel's just a Grendel. Grendel's not alive. God, I wish I could do the fucking Elmo voice. It'd be so useful. It's such a high quality meme. I had to take a 30-minute call. Did I miss anything crazy? We found out they nerfed Grendel for no fucking reason. Help this man. You need to feed the Grendel, not starve the Grendel. How do they nerf him? He can only eat 40 guys at a time now. He can only fit 40 guys in his mouth now. Isn't that outrageous? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I can't help it today. I don't know what to tell you. hey, yo. What do you want to tell Joe Byron right now? Oh, God, the Kirby trailer. Holy shit. What is it called again? I forgot. It sounds like a kink I hadn't heard of yet. What is it called when he eats the car? It's like mouthful mode? Or some shit? Yeah, it's called mouthful mode. And I'm like, what? You don't... Nintendo. What the fuck? Yeah, that Kirby game looks fun. I want to play it. It looks like a good time. It looks like a fun, just wholesome, hey, look, it's a good Curb Poyo. Like, I'm way in for that. But, like, man, the way that he eats that car almost is, Also, Poyo. Just fucking goddamn. You wouldn't eat a car. Also, him eating the traffic cone and that as like the fucking VLC icon. That's the good shit right there. Shouted in excitement when I saw the Chrono Cross remaster announcement. Okay, I have a question. I don't know if there are any Earthbound/Mother 3 stands in the chat, but whenever you saw Earthbound pop up, was there a pop off for Mother 3? And then you were like, the first Earthbound? Like, I feel like there was some element of like ultimate depression that was like put into the ether. Because all the people that are like, Mother 3, it's gonna happen, were out on Twitter again, just doing their wildest self. I was scared they'd do it. Mother 3 will never be localized. It'll never happen. Everything that wasn't Sports 2 was mid. Hera, how dare you say that about Kirby? Breath of the Wild 2 was trending on Twitter because no announcement. Oh, here's what I want to know. I understand that development takes time, and Breath of the Wild 2 will get here when it gets here. But can we port the fucking Windmaker remake to the Switch? Can we do that? Also, Xenoblade 3, I'm very happy to see that it seems to no longer be like supreme horny gacha Xenoblade, which is what happened in Xenoblade 2. I don't know if they're just like waiting to back end that later, but it looked a lot more like Xenoblade X, and I liked Xenoblade Chronicles X. That game was really good. Less horny games are good. Horny games totally have their place, and I understand why people like Xenoblade 2. Xenoblade 2, way too much horny. Way too much horny. Is Xenoblade X on the Switch? I would love that. It's pretty clear they're not going to do it, I think, unfortunately. Kirby has no bad games, only meh and good games. None of them are legendary classics either. Okay. For your consideration, Kirby 64 Crystal Shards. It's a classic to me. Disclaimer, Kirby 64 is actually the best game ever. Oh, Kirby Air Ride. Yeah, Kirby Air Ride is like, okay, wait. Kirby Air Ride is in the same kind of a realm as Mario Tennis, right? Like, you're not going to be like, oh, that's a Mario game, right? Like, Mario's in it. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like, Disney Racing is not a Mickey Mouse game.
Shut up.
Disclaimer, Air Ride is great. Stardust, thank you for the resub. Much appreciated. For your consideration, you're wrong. Kirby games are Poyo. Who had Mario Strikers on their bingo cards? Because that was wild. Yeah, Yeah, I wasn't expecting them to do Mario Soccer, but I guess the Mario Sports stuff is working. And they said, in this Nintendo Direct, they said sports. All right, let's go level this Urelli. Let's go spin around. Add Nidus to Smash. What do we think? Leveling on the Steel Path? Yeah, fuck them. We could probably do that.
Shut up and take my money.
Paid chat. Thank you for the resub. Much appreciated for the resub with Prime. They buffed Urelli. Yes, they made this augment much better.
Scans show Grenier harvesting Kuba nearby. Set off the alarms to draw them out. Then
Let me get some energy to start here.
Catalysts. Predictable.
The Aqua Blade? Yes. They made it like it's like a real like legitimate playstyle. It's crazy.
Modified life support capsules. Use these to sustain your environment or attach Kuba catalysts to begin harvesting.
Oh, I died. Okay, well, leveling here, not going to go as well as I thought. All right, whoops. Don't have quite the shields for adaptation to build up reasonably, it seems. Also, until we buff Gloom back up, it's not as good. There we go. Now Gloom should be at higher power.
Tenno, prepare for life support. I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
Weird. Now that I'm using natural talent, sometimes it like literally won't let me throw it. Please? Please throw. Also, I turned on that thing that lets me like rapid fire a button. And it's not working, which is a big sag.
Get ready for a capsule.
Real weird. I can't throw as fast anymore for no reason. I literally have natural talent on it. It's like, no, please die. Oh yeah, lower health Marilena. Right. Maybe it's the macro. I've turned it off now. I'm just mashing it manually and it's not letting me throw it nearly as fast. Yeah, I just had it on like, so basically like the way that this works is I turn it on by holding the button
Support has arrived.
and then it just hits the button over and over. Like that's all that like that mouse function does. But like even just like mashing regularly, I'm like not allowed to like throw even as fast as like regular speed was. Which sucks. Maybe something has slowed you? I don't think so. It's viable. Yeah, this is like a totally workable play style. Although I really wish that like the macro was working. to like just make it so I can just hold a button to do this, because minus that, I mean, I guess it's the same speed whether I mash it or whether I hold this button. So yeah, this is like a bugged, much slower speed than it should be though, so that like blows. Yeah, God, the increase to scaling really makes this so much more viable. Holy shit. Would you buff her early to make her better? I mean, this is fine. Like, if her playstyle is this, like, it could use some quality of life stuff. Like, you can just hold 3 to continuously throw the blades. Like, that's the thing. It's like the same thing that Atlas needs, right? Where it's like you need to just be able to hold 1 in order to continually like keep punching at like whatever you're looking at, right? Like that's a thing that Atlas's 1 needs, because otherwise it's like really miserable to use.
The operative has just made their first discovery.
Not being able to throw this at full speed really sucks for killing the acolytes, but it clearly does, and that was at low ramp too. Also, not jumping off Marulina whenever I go into operator mode would be really nice. That's a thing that would be good. I would like that. Also, Manda Shotguns absolutely turbo fuck the acolytes. Oh, I mean, I have to imagine they have to. Please, operator mode. Excuse me, power buttons. Okay. All right. I'm going to take natural talent off. I think it's bugged to be broken and, like, break my abilities. All right. I'm gonna add, like, a longer, like, delay on this fucking macro for like holding this down. Edit. Fucking. Yeah, that's fine. Big shock that the bug is back. Yeah, whatever. As long as it works. As long as they fix it, rather, you know. Alright, fix that on there. Gave it, like, huge delays. It's now slower than me, but whatever, as long as I'm not mashing it. What's your hockey software of choice? I use, the fucking... Here, I'll just show you. Ba-bum-bum. This is the like mouse profile thing. So like these are usually like the DPI buttons, but I just like basically instead of left click, I have like this left DPI button I could just hold. Yeah, this is G-Hub. It's for Logitech stuff. So yeah, basically I can just hold this and it will just mash 3. I also have one for mash E in case I'm playing fucking Excalibur. Natural talent doesn't apply for me when I'm off Marulina. I think it's not supposed to work, actually. That's why I broke for you. Ah, that could be the case. I can see that. Then you can do the G-Hub. Yeah, G-Hub's nice. Yeah, let's take natural talent off. Oh, we got half our ranks, though. Can knock Logitech for letting you bind and make macros. Yeah, it's nice. It's just convenient. G-Hub. Grubhub. All right, let's take it in here and do this, and this should work.
Covered in blood. Safe and sound.
G-Hub macros. doesn't seem to have the right timings for me when you get into low milliseconds. Oh, I usually just like record it with like me mashing it, and then I just cut it down to a segment. But I had to make the delays like literally longer than I can do it, and then maybe it'll work now. Me mashing is faster than the fucking computer mashing, so I'll take a DPS loss for a quality of life increase, right? We all on the same page there? Who am I kidding? Of course we are. We're out here playing Wukong. How's the update and the changes since the PTD? Well, I'm putting Forma in Ureli, so they made her augment better.
Scans show Grenier are harvesting Kuba nearby. Set off the alarms to draw them out, then steal their Kuba catalysts.
He doesn't like using macros. They can tell it to my doctor. Yeah, well, they don't want you to use macros that like fully automate the game, and that's super understandable. But stuff like this that is just like a literal quality of life improvement is just like it should be that. Like you should just. I'm making it the way that it should be anyway. You know what I mean?
Sending modified life support capsules. Use these to sustain your environment or attach Kuba catalysts.
And now we're throwing it consistently, but slower than literally I can throw it. But whatever, as long as it does it automatically, I don't give a shit. You can tell how much like this is at like me pressing the key really slow, and you can tell. Whatever, as long as it works. Yeah, by automating they mean like it plays like the whole game for you. Or like if you get into a situation like with the Atarax, this was actually a thing with spin to win. People would set a macro that does like the full spin to win and runs them into a corner. And then whenever you do that, you like get into a safe spot and like spin around, and like it would spin attack through walls and stuff, which is why melee doesn't go through walls and things now. It was a big like vary against TOS and don't do shit like that, which I fully agree with. Like you shouldn't be doing that. Like that's just full automation. Why even have the game? It turns the game into cookie clicker, which you shouldn't have. But stuff like this, where it's like it is, you know, this rapid fire of like the third ability, I should be able to do this by holding 3. Yeah, same reason Korra is line of sight. Yep.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
Macro's the bane of old school RuneScape. Eric spinning win thing was also a Narm on Granted Invis on Crit. It was actually before and after that.
Which if you don't move frequently enough, you won't get resources. I was thinking, how would you automate Warframe without a bot? But then I was like, well, maybe Octavia, and I stopped thinking.
Yep, that seems about correct. Also, Leopard, thank you for 100 bits. So is she worth playing in Steel Path now? This is Steel Path. I'm leveling here. Is this worth it? I think this is worth it if you like Ureli. And that's, you know, that's honestly, what more can I ask for, right? I don't need her to be the best Warframe in the game. I just want people to have, like, a build they can use for her. That's not just, like, ride around on Marolina and left-click with your gun, right? Like, just actually utilizing her abilities is enough for me.
Additional life support has arrived.
And the mod is basically mandatory. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna like actually use like your abilities, yeah, 100% it is. Here, I'm gonna start clicking now. See how fast. See how much faster it is. Oh fuck! I had to gimp myself to make it automatic. Which shouldn't be the case. It should just automatically have the hold 3 to keep throwing. But yeah, for anyone that's curious on like what they did to change the augment, they changed its percentile gain from 8% to 10%, which is a 25% increase to how fast this scales. And they made it so whenever you throw the blades and that hits enemies, that also every single hit of that scales. So they very dramatically increase the speed at which this scales up, which leaves you with considerably less like dead time of like your ability just like not really having enough damage yet. And what that means is that you have way more uptime, and more uptime is better by a considerable amount. Well, I will say I think I'm on the bad version of the Kuba tile for Urelli. All right, I'll actually press 3 for you, sir.
The raid is off to a successful start. When you need it, extraction is ready.
I speed out the rift to Marolina. Superior Cuba mission in general, it's a Cuba mission in general is bad. It's so tight. Oh, I don't actually mean for like the movement of Marolina, because like it's pretty like not great on like whatever tile set you happen to be on. But I actually mean for the purposes of throwing the 3 here, because it works really, really well in long hallways, and this has like much more like wide, less narrow hallways. Actually, this augment benefits for being in areas where Marolina doesn't like to be, which is kind of ironic. You can see I scaled up to like enough damage pretty quickly there. That was colossally slower, and also only worked on enemies in melee range of you before these changes. So it's a really significant change. It's much better. I'm very surprised that they did that, because that's like more of like a mechanical change. But it's nice to see that they made this augment like reasonable to use. Because the natural talent is not bugged. That's just Warframe being Warframe. Ah, fun. Yeah, natural talent was working before. I'll probably adjust and try natural talent a few other times, but just for like this leveling purposes, well, you know what it might have been? It might have been a specific rank of Aqua Blades is bugged out. We might have actually experienced that. I could see that. Because who's using like rank 2 Aqua Blades, right? Like who's doing that? Besides me right now. Really rough on life support this go a bit. Oh, right, I don't have the ability cap. You're right. I forgot it's max level. We're in the MTG packs again? No, we are about halfway done with this Yu-Gi-Oh box, and we are going to do MTG after this, and then back to the other Yu-Gi-Oh box. So we are gonna switch it up. Enemies, drop life support, you bastards.
Son, where'd you find this?
Moon, thank you for the $1. Much appreciate it.
Best option.
Now they just need to add a dance to the throw animation and you almost have what you thought Yareli would be.
You know, that's true. God, imagine if these were like explosive AoE glaives so you didn't have to throw them like 1 million times per second. Is Gloom not working? Why am I not getting lifesteal? Oh, there we go. It was weird. Yeah, many bugs this stream. Abilities are like, I don't see you there. We're maintaining air supply, so we got that going for us. Sometimes we get a little lucky and we get like those couple bursts. We were really getting no air support for a minute there. Jesus.
Not do this without you.
We're gonna wait for this other acolyte. I'm so glad that this is like an actual build you can do. Oh, violence is here though. For those that want a trick on violence, he turns off all your abilities, but if you're already in Viz as the operator, you can wait it out. Gloom? Oh yeah, I needed to reactivate it. I was more worried about killing him, and I get some DR from just Marileaning.
Extraction is ready.
Yeah, this build totally works. If I can get it to work with natural talent, it'll be a whole lot better. But yeah, this totally works. And natural talent also just seems like more of like a it's a bug situation than anything else.
You are running out of time. Consider extraction.
Frog hopping. See, stuff like that sucks. Oh, whoops, wrong button.
Your will was greater.
Imagine Marilena counted as a constant rolling guard. You'd be invincible. How excited are you for Elden Ring? Immensely.
Slightly off topic, but how excited are you for Elden Ring, bros? And are you more or less excited after play a bit of Demon Souls?
I mean, I'm not like any more or less excited after Demon Souls. Bros, there's no lifeguard on the landing platform. This was the cold vacuum of space. Yeah, if I just keep these both auger. It's only one more forma. You know, it's real unfortunate Natural Talent is not an Exilus mod. Was Demon Souls Remake good or bad? Oh, it's extremely good. But we got to an unfortunate point in it because by the way, chat, I realized what happened.
Son,
And
where'd you
Moon,
find
thank you for the
this?
$1. Much appreciate it. Oh, that's true. Sir, we'll be happy about that. That's actually very true.
Sarah will be happy about Yareli having an actual build if she's still playing, I suppose.
Yeah. What are you suggesting to replace energy conversion with? What do you mean? I don't really think I want to replace energy conversion. Because, I mean, if you want it to be, like, more consistent, you can go Transient Fortitude. Because it's like, you know, it's 5% more strength. You make a trade on your uptime. Like, you can do that just to, like, always be at that 83 slow. Actually, slightly more than that because growing power. What were you saying about Demon Souls? Oh, yeah, we got to a frustrating point in Demon Souls, and I realized what happened. So, the new Demon Souls remake doesn't have server tendency. And the server tendency of the area with Dragon God, like, pushes you immediately to pure white tendency. Like, almost always. So, pure white tendency makes enemies weaker, which is why I had such an easy time with Flame Lurker in the original game. But because the new game has no server tendency, it just has your tendency of the world that you have to build personally, I'm at a much lower, like, arc towards white tendency. So Flame Lurker has, like, 1 quintillion more health, which is why I have to go get, like, very specific weapons that are good against him. Learning that made me feel like a lot less of a fucking crazy person. I've not messed with Lost Ark. We probably won't end up doing that. I think tendency was health and defense. Yeah, it makes them like weaker physically, like in all ways, and you take less damage. So it's like a pretty major difference. I was actually trying to figure out what the fuck I'm gonna have to do to get my world to pure white tendency because I want to get the Dragon God sword. That is also probably why you don't remember those bugs being so shit. Yeah, almost certainly. It does make me hate the world tendency mechanic even more. Of note. Why no Lost Lark? It would have been so funny if it was bad. I mean, I think it's more fun and probably better just to get Demon Souls in there. And also we want to do Sifu, and like also Horizon is on the 18th. Like, those phantoms will make you go towards white? Okay, well then they'll fucking die. Also, the off-screen grinding that I did, I got a bunch of healing items, so we're not going to run out. And then in addition to that, I have the +2 Moon Claymore, and I have the +2 Dragon's Longsword. Destiny 2 Witch Queen? Nah, I'm not much for Destiny 2. Maybe at some point I'll try Destiny 2 again, but like for right now, I'm like, nah. You know, if natural talent, I'm going to try natural talent at some like intervals, I think probably. If natural talent is functioning, I actually think that Transient Fortitude is maybe worth it. Because we can do this, and we're at like still a really comfy 74. Not counting growing power, of course. Well, you know if D2 Witch Queen is good. Right after Elden Ring. And there it is. They fixed part of the Railjack drop rate problems. Talon and Board drop at normal race now. Oh, good. Well, Talon are great, so that's good that people can get it now. But yeah, I'll have to put one more Forma in here. Which will actually I'll probably put in the Forma over Surging Blades, unironically. It's definitely not going to be good. What's not going to be good? Elden Ring? Elden Ring looks fucking great. And people who enjoy Destiny are probably going to enjoy Witch Queen. So it seems like, anyway. That seems to track. Yeah, I actually think I'm just going to Forma her right now for Surging Blades. Like, we might as well, right? Also, Arcane Pistolier is doing nothing for me right here. Let's just put Aegis in. Aegis is much better in this situation. Intel over Nerf Gloom. I mean, maybe, but I think that would be a poor decision because it's literally like putting a bunch of Warframes in it that need help in its backpack and carrying them to the finish line right now. And like, as much as that might be like, well, isn't that a bad thing? Yes, and also no. Like, very much yes and also no, because like, it makes those Warframes playable in a lot of situations. And it's like, well, I prefer that over them being shitty. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if they nerf it, it'll be the helmet version of it. But, like, I much prefer Gloom being, like, a very pervasive helmet edition as opposed to those Warframes being, like, way shittier and not worth playing. Do you know what I mean?
Scans show Grenier harvesting Kuba nearby. Set off the alarms to draw them out, then steal their Kuba catalysts.
If he fixed all the Warframes that use it, it wouldn't matter. That's true. Exactly. Exactly. Nerf Gloom, and then Wukong use can go even higher. Yes, of course. That's what we all want, isn't it? Return to Monkey.
Predictable. As expected, Grenier have shut down.
At least you can compete with Roar. True.
Sending modified life support capsules. Use these to sustain your environment or attach Kuba catalysts to begin harvesting.
As far as I can tell, the Talon board are now 12% drop rates, but the MRK3 Zeki ship parts are still less than %1 on Cobra's titles, but that's only going by what they said because the drop table hasn't been updated.
Fair. Also, think with 100 bits for me. It's good that people can get the talents and stuff now. Oh, hey, a flow. I really need to farm a second Sevagoth so I can get good and gloomy. Yeah, thankfully, like, the Sevagoth farm is not so bad. Like, it's a good, like, a couple different things farm depending on what node you get. Although we can just casually level against level 150 enemies these days. Makes my close beta brain go burr. Yeah. Yeah, I'm casually leveling against, like, a level 130 steel path enemies with, like, gigantic, hilarious modifiers to their health and armor. Yeah, so, okay, here, this is, like, a really good example of, like, why the scaling on this matters so much. Did you see all of those enemies get hit by me, like, throwing the blade into them? Every single one of those enemies increased the damage that this ability does by 10% for every single hit, and that was added. Like, that is a change to this augment from the test server. Yeah, with a low tier frame. Although, I will say, like, this bumps... I definitely can't give Ureli, like, anything below a B. I think with this augment. Like, this augment is, like, a real build. Do you know what I mean? Oh, hilariously better than Hydroid. Because, like, you got to keep in mind, like, what we're seeing here, like, this is actually a really accessible budget build. Can't you put this augment on any frames now as well, though? Okay, so, actually, it's not going to work very well for any other frame, I think. And the reason for that is the other change that they made to it is that if you're not on Marulina, it costs 15 energy to throw. So, pretty much only Ureli can make use of it. Like, they kind of Ureli locked it by making it so you need Marulina to get, like, you know, the rest of the synergy for it. You know what I mean? But yeah, like, legitimately, like, Zephyr's much better. Like, no argument, right? Zephyr's much better. The build cost is so much lower on Zephyr, etc., etc., etc. Zephyr's an amazing Warframe that people should use. And she's very underused. But if you want to play Ureli, this is a build that you're like, hey, I started up the game. You get Ureli really early. Her quest is super simple. You kind of have to suffer through some K-Drive shit, but whatever. Like, it's not... It could be worse. You could be trying to farm Grendel, right? It could be a worse situation than it is. And then what you're met with is a Warframe where it's like, okay, well, I'm going to get some mods and get some survivability, and then I'm going to have, like, a build that I can use on them. And, like, if you like the K-Drive, you can K-Drive around and throw these blades and have a good go of it. Like, the biggest thing that this needs is a quality of life improvement where you can hold 3 to continuously throw these. And then if they do that, then, like... You know what I mean? Like, that's what I want for this is like, a pure, like... quality of life, no carpal tunnel, please. Yeah, or a toggle, sure. Oh yeah, and like, I mean, cost benefit analysis, like this versus like Zephyr, right? Zephyr, you kind of need to go grab a Fulmin or similar implement, and like you should do that, and it's not hard to do, but you kind of have no requirements on here, I'll actually press 3 for you. Die. Right? Like, look at that. Like, it kills acolytes. Like, that's, you know, there's real value to this. Because, like, this is going to kill acolytes with considerably less strength than this. Like, would you need to be, like, way more careful? For sure. Because you would, obviously, probably wouldn't have Gloom subsumed and such. Or maybe you would, if you don't care about Sevagoth. Like, you level Sevagoth and then just, like, feed him to the helmet. And put Gloom on Ureli, because that's who you like. Like, it's an honestly very reasonable upgrade path that is not... like outside of like a player's budget, right? Because like very feasibly I could use an unranked adaptation, and then I think we're looking at a no forma build that's pretty compelling for Ureli. Like just from like an investment to output standpoint, of course. It has to be good on Mag. You just abuse shield gates to stay alive. So the problem is that it's going to cost too much energy on Mag. Natural talent being a mess is sad. Yeah, I mean that might get like a nice bug fix and then get all patched up and be hunky dory, and then that'll actually make this like a good chunk better, which will be nice. Because that'll increase the scaling, because even if I have to like drop a strength mod, what'll occur is that because I'm throwing more, I'm scaling faster. Because more hits equals more scaling, of course. Really looking like the my boyfriend suggested this game to me and I like how this frame looks type of frame. Which is total. I mean, some people are just going to like the aesthetic of Ureli, and it's good that she'll have a build that you can point them to. Because like, what were we going to say about Ureli before this existed, right? It was like the thing that we would say about Ureli is, oh yeah, I mean you can use her. You just like, you know, you have to get a really good gun and then, you know, just shoot that while on Marulina. Like, and like the gun does all the work. Like there's not really anything else going on. Use Gloom and Marulina to stay alive, right? Like this, I cannot possibly tell you enough how much this brings the floor up on what you need to make Ureli actually do a thing. Ureli before was, I would like my new core to have a health bar. Right, exactly. Oh, it's time. Slap this on Nidus. Why? Nidus is already like very capable of Steel Path with like just his normal shit. I think he's Ureli with adaptation. I mean, considerably less tanky. You really want adaptation. Adaptation, like, I mean, if you're going to be doing Steel Path, adaptation is not a foregone conclusion that you should be able to go get it, right? I'm so happy this is like an actual play style. Like, I'm almost never going to do this, but I'm so glad this is here for people. Oh, violence. Violence, you fucking dickhead. Are you done doing your fucking thing that you do, you piece of shit? Oh, you bastard. You bastard. You waited. He waited to turn my fucking abilities off, you son of a bitch. Die. You prick. You fucking asshole. He fucking waited. Violence really has it out for you tonight? Yeah, Violence is an asshole. Also, kind of a thing that's of benefit here that I just, like, realized, like... Well, no, never mind. I was going to say you could use her as, like, an open world frame, but there's not much reason to do that. You should just get an Arcing still. Please? Yeah, I mean, you're still using a K-Drive. There's some jank that, well, it's just going to be here if you're Urelli, right? At least we have this dodge that can solve some of the problems. I've heard of Twitch Moments thing. What's up? What's up with that? What that be? He's using this to do bounties, and it was really good at killing Grenier as they drop potted in. Yeah, I could see that. So I don't remember doing anything in Steel Path to keep my emergency Glaive Prime on me. Even if Mr. You are no longer a Warframe spawns, he dies immediately. See, I have not had great luck with the Glaive Prime on the Acolytes. You can soft lock her on the squid if you've got a pistol and a glaive equipped. Interesting. I'm showing your Zephyr build real quick. I have a Zephyr builds video over on the YouTubes, so I would highly advise checking that out. Can I link summon Masquerena into Predaplant Anaconda? I think so. Pretty sure. That sounds like, yeah, I think so. Yeah.
The Fortuna changes are good. Still wherein we don't get the highest subspecies when we can on Demos and Cetus, but it is just an upgrade. Now if Ticker gets bug fixed, Fortuna will be great. I
don't know about great, but it will definitely be way better. Sure me. Also, thank you for the 100 bits. Is anyone on Xbox experiencing issues after the update? I am not an Xbox, so I cannot weigh in. By the way, Thermal Thunder augment, Mirage number go up, Brain Juice happy. There it is. I knew the Mirage players were gonna like this. The Mirage players fucking love it when the number goes up. I times some other streamer can make a clip and everyone in chat for that moment can claim the clip and get a badge, and the more moments they collect, the more the badge evolves. Basically, Twitch is testing a totally not NFT on us. Yeah, that's not an NFT. That's actually really cool. I could see that. Yeah, that's not an NFT at all. There's no NFT to anything about that. That's just like a cool chat participation like badge thing. That's neat. Yeah, Twitch streams, but Pokemon. It's free? Seems like it. Yes, certified Clipper. It would be the second best open world. Oh, because Fortuna has rewards and Cetus does not. It's still like a CSGO skin? No, that's gambling. How do they make Fortuna better? The animals just spawn in the open world now. I will funge these tokens. Yeah, the only thing that doesn't spawn in the open world on Fortuna, really weirdly, you can't get the rarest variant of the animals, but whatever. Isn't that the same as on Deimos? No, the rarest variant on Deimos, they do spawn. Yeah, that doesn't spawn or it's really rare. I think in the patch notes it calls out that it will not spawn the rarest ones. What? Fuck you, funges your tokens. Have you looked at the Tenogen yet? I've not looked at all of it. Oh, we went and bought the Wisp skin for the fucking... Oh, yeah. Okay, for anyone who's just joining us. There's Wisp Tenogen, and I'm waiting for round 2 for one of my... to decide on, like, one of my Wisp. Like, this one, I've had this Wisp for, like, a while. And, like, I think that the Celestis, is really cool for this, and I like it a lot, and I think it's an upgrade, but I'm waiting for the other Wisp skins to get added in the next wave of this, which I think is supposed to be pretty soon, to see if I want a different skin besides this for this. But also, the Sycorax skin is perfect for this. Dear God. Yeah, right? Children Deluxe thoughts. I think that the energy is a little much, and I wish that the color channels were inverted. Could be your devil or obtuse angle. Holy fuck, that's sick, right? Yeah, so this looks fucking great. Yeah, just looking fantastic. Yeah, so Wisp is out here doing it. Hildren. Too many eyes. Hildren. I like this skin. It's good. I think that, yeah, the energy's a little much for me. It's like if we show off what the energy usually looks like wham. Like, let's do it in a more appropriate color. The energy and like the energy muscles and like all that stuff, it's a little much. I think it's a little pheasanty. I'm not, it's too much. So, but making it black energy turns it off. And then you get kind of like a Harrow feel where it's like a hollow frame, which I'm way more into. And I don't like this helmet a ton. Like, it's an okay helmet, but I'm not hugely into it. But unfortunately, as you can see, if we look at this Warframe, the primary color, if you're just looking at the Warframe, you would say is white, correct? So that's the tertiary color. And the primary color is blue, which is the least used color on this Warframe right now. So unfortunately, what that means is that it's all fucked up in terms of the color channels being used. And this has it the correct way. So if you were to use this Sigrun helmet, which I think would be really, really good on the Einherji Deluxe, I think this Sigrun helmet would look really good on it. But it's inverted color channels because they did this as blue is the primary color. Because that's correct. It's the most present primary color of this skin. As opposed to blue is the primary color when it's the least used one. So it's really unfortunate. Yeah, I like this skin. I think it's an improvement over what my Hildren did look like, which is this. This was like fine. Like this is fine. It worked. It's better than like basic Hildren, right? And like this is an upgrade. But I really wish I could use like this helmet and have it be like good color channels, like the same color channels in terms of priority. But as it stands, you pretty much have to use this helmet with it. And I think this is less good than a couple of her other helmets that are available. Asteron looked all right. It's literally like the wrong primary color. Like it looks like a kit bash where you took a fucking My Little Pony head and put it on a Gundam. Like this would look good if like the color channels were equivalent. That's what I'm looking for, though. Well, fair enough. If that's what you want, then that's what you want.
Excellent armaments, operator. Please return covered in blood.
Yeah, so then we're going to Forma. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that Ureli is just going to use her augment now. The Tenjin skins come out. Wave 1 of 2 is out. Legend of Marilena augment, where Marilena tricks send out sea snares. Why would I want that? I mean, Ureli's aug better. Way better. Okay, so we're going to go over the changes to Ureli's augment that make it better. So, whenever it's on, press 3 to hurl a single Aqua Blade, which gains 10% damage per enemy hit by your Aqua Blades. No cost to throw while riding Marilena. So this costs, they changed it so that it costs 15 energy to throw this if you are not riding Marilena. So using it on other frames, not really going to be a thing. But they increased the percentage damage gain by 2%, which is a 25% increase, which is very big. And it increases damage based on enemies hit with the throw. Every enemy hit with the throw will also give you that additional 10% damage, so they don't have to be within melee range in order to scale it. So you can throw it down hallways and scale really, really fast in a lot of situations. Which means there's hilariously less dead time where this ability sucks. Because you can scale up pretty quickly as long as there's a good amount of enemies. And if there's not a good amount of enemies, then whatever, right? Like that's not really the thing that matters here. When there is a good amount of enemies, you will scale to kill them. So yeah, Surging Blades is like actually like a real thing now. It's not a great build. It's like workable. And like it's the good thing for Ureli to do that is a pretty cheap build overall, because like obviously this is 3 Forma, but I'm including Power Drift here, and like I have 4 extra points as you can see, so I definitely don't need this. Minus Power Drift is going to mean that I don't need a Forma for adaptation. You don't need Prime Continuity. You could just use regular, etc., etc. So this build is like super affordable and like easy to get, minus Gloom. Obviously, for like farming Sevagoth is going to be a thing, but like it's super reasonable as like just an inroad to like play Ureli, and Ureli will do content. Ureli's going from rank E, D to CB. I don't think I would have put Ureli into like a D rank before. She'd be hanging out in C rank. I think with this build being a thing, it will be not possible to put her below a B. I think she's gonna like be in around a B rank Warframe, and that's gonna be good. Although perhaps if natural talent stops bugging out and starts working, it can be higher. Maybe, probably not, but maybe. Where do we get the new Wisp skin? I don't see it on the market. It is Tenogen. So if you are not playing through Steam, you will not see it, and I don't think consoles have it yet. Pretty sure consoles do not have it yet if you're on console. Does it beat Ash 1 in terms of throwing stars / yes. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yes. Crazy how much of a buff Ureli would get if they rework K-Drives as a whole. I mean, yeah, that's just not going to happen. Like, her gimmick is K-Drives. If you don't like the Marilena, then the answer is to not use Ureli if you don't like Marilena. Like, right? Like, if you're not willing to deal with the K-Drive, I think, yeah, the solution is to not play this Warframe, which is okay. Consoles do have it? Okay. All right, that is on console then. Protea Deluxe available yet? It is not out yet. We're getting a Grendel Lunar New Year skin. That's coming up, hopefully with some fixes to Grendel as opposed to some fucking nerfs, which is what we got today, which we were not expecting. And then we don't know what Deluxe is after that, but we know we saw like an in-progress sculpt of the Protea model, so maybe it'll be that one next. Maybe that will come with Angels of the Zariman. I know that would be very hype for everyone involved. Grendel got nerfed. Yep, Grendel got nerfed this update. He can eat a grand total of 40 enemies at a time now. He cannot eat more than that. Which means that the Spectro Belch / Feast build is colossally worse. Please fix Grendel to have good numbers. Please. Why, though? It's due to performance reasons, which I can fully understand. But please make it so we can use Grendel's 4 to DPS in Steel Path. Please, for the love of God. Because it is so shit. 4 or 40? It's 40. 40 enemies is fucking nothing when enemy density goes burr. Right, exactly. How does the crit passive from Ureli work? The math? It's just that. It's strictly that bonus whenever you've moved enough. It just works out. It just does what it says. Does what it says in the tin. I will read it. Bomb gains plus 200% critical chance for secondary weapons, which he has been moving for at least 1.5 seconds. Isn't 40 a lot? Not in Steel Path. It makes it so like the one viable build for Grendel Steel Path is like way shittier. You're gonna test the CO mods? I mean, it sounds like they're super bugged right now, so there's not much reason to. That's one of the things, like, whenever stuff is bugged, like, great example, the Naira mods, right? Like, other people are using the Naira mods, and I don't know if those got fixed with this update. I didn't check. People were using the Naira mods to boost, like, all of their melee damage whenever that's not what those mods are supposed to do. And the reason I didn't make build videos that utilize that is because that's not what those mods are supposed to do. Like, if it's bugged and, like, the build is going to become irrelevant in, like, T- whenever they patch it, like... I don't know what to tell you. What are the days evergreen kids? Yeah. Because, like, here's the thing. If I'm going to go through, like... Obviously, this is not a good thing for, like, YouTube. It's actually the opposite of what I should do, because the thing I'm about to say that I don't do is the thing that I should do. Like, I could create a video that's, like, 1 quadrillion, so much, wow, damage, so many damages. Look 'em damages. Man, look how big the damages is, utilizing a bug. But that video is not useful as anything other than a... Click the video. How do many damages? Tim Tom, how do I do the damages? Right? Like, it's just raw clickbait, because it's like, by the time that video comes out, that interaction could very well be fixed, because it's not supposed to work that way. Oh, Steel Path, God. Oh, Steel Path. So much numbers. Whereas, like, here's the exact opposite situation. The Ureli augment, on the test server, I tested it, and it was not very good. They've fixed it now, and it's like a solid thing that you can do. But what were people posting on YouTube about this Ureli augment? Oh, infinity damage, infinite damage scaling, the best augment in the game. Click my video. And it's like, in the video, you can see them, like, not even using the augment, just shooting their gun while riding around on Marulina. Like, it's... Man, I hate those clippy videos. They get halfway through and they say, we're going to use Epitaph Nucor to prime these enemies. Yeah, no, anytime it is irrelevant to the vast majority of Warframe players, the moment you start using a primer. if you are utilizing a primer to do condition overload things, your video is irrelevant to like people actually playing Warframe. Outside of a very niche, very small group, to be clear. A primer? Are we painting now? Well, so the thing people will do is they'll take the new core and it applies all of its statuses, including microwave, which is it counts for CO. Don't fucking ask me why microwave counts for CO. But you shoot them with that, and it's a magnetic one, and it applies like every fucking status in the game, right? And then you hit them with a condition overload weapon, and it gets all of the big multiplier numbers. Wait, microwave? Yeah, it's a status that is unique to the new core. It's that thing that makes their like whatever body part you shoot get big. That counts as a status for condition overload for no reason. Also, yeah, lifted also counts. Bro, why? I don't know. What about the bloom mods? Those don't count. Even though it's the same effect, that doesn't count. Or just hold on for a second, you keep shooting the new core for another second and the enemies just die. Well, so here's the thing, is usually those videos are like in disruption and like the enemy level is really high, because if the enemy level is 4 digits, it's so good for YouTube numbers. Like, oh my fucking god. Like, if I could stand to just like do 3-hour disruptions every day and make the enemy level go to 9,000, oh man, you just take screenshots of it and just make that the thumbnail. It's like the easiest shit in the world. Holy fuck. But like to go to those levels, a primer is usually necessary when you're doing that shit. Guessing that's not documented anywhere. I think it's on the Kuva Nucor wiki page. I think so. It is? Okay. Do it once, use it as a thumbnail on every video. Ah, yes, of course. How do you feel about the metallic textures in the game? I think that like the new rendering for like metallics and stuff that they're doing is a huge upgrade. It looks really nice. Like, I think it looks way better. But who the fuck actually does that? I don't know anyone who goes to level cap. No, right, exactly. It's purely like a YouTube thing. Like, it's purely for the stunt of it, and like more power to the people on YouTube doing that. Like, if you can stand to do that, by all means, please go do that. But like, it's purely like it's a stunt, right? It's not something that you should do or like makes sense. There's like no rewards. It's a waste of time, etc., etc. And like, that's the reason I don't do it. Because like, I'll get the thing on like some of my videos sometimes, right? Like, you know how we do like the 10-minute steel path thing for like these builds videos that I've been putting out for like the different Warframes to do a builds refresh, right? People be like, oh man, you just chicken out after 10 minutes. Whenever the actual case of how I play is I play Disruption while reading chat, and I forget how long I've been in Disruption because I'm reading chat. Which is the actual way that we play on stream. If you like doing it, do it, but it's irrelevant to the vast majority of the game. Right, exactly. That's such a huge change with the relics instead of keys. Now we have no need to plan for 3-hour play sessions. Right, exactly. Like, I mean, back whenever that was the case, I burned myself out on Valkyr, because at the time, you know, doing 16 hours of survival to try and get the damn Saren chassis, that was the plan. Would it only take 2 hours to get the level cap and disruption? Yeah, but it's like a waste. Still, people say the keys were better, which is just not true. The only endgame is Space Barbie. I mean, eh. A lot of people using the word meta wrong. Well, so that's actually an interesting point, right? Is because last year I did my frame review and I called the meta incorrectly. Because what the meta was, and actually is laziness. It's the direct inverse of people going to level cap and shit. Like, I was, like, putting way more into, like, the actual, like, design and, like, farming for primes and, like, that kind of stuff for Warframe where, like, there's any difficulty to be had at all. But the meta is not playing Warframe. Yeah, it is the absolute lowest possible APM. And, like, last year we found that out because Wukong was at the top, and that was very confusing. Obviously, I asked Reb about it, and Reb was like, yeah, so the reason that is because Wukong is really, really good at captures, which are one of the most run missions in the game. He's really, really good at sorties, and he doesn't die, and he doesn't have to press a lot of buttons. And, like, these are not all reasons that Rebecca gave me, but, like, in vast majority, the information that she said is that, like, capture and sorties make up a lot of his usage. But beyond that, what you see whenever you look at Wukong is, well, you bring him to a mobile defense and you hit
son,
one,
where'd you find
and
this?
the monkey clone kills all the enemies, and you don't have to do the mobile defense. Also, Moon, thank you for the dollar.
BTW getting the Yoreli bug thing where you can't throw now as well after the first upgrade, so I think you had a good hunch.
So give it to me straight. How's Aquablades now? They actually fixed it. Yeah, Moxie, they actually made... I put Forma in Yoreli. They made the build real. I actually need to go level this real quick. So I'll just show you. So let me edit this to see if I can change it. I wonder if I can make this like mash 3, like hold to mash 3 macro like slightly less slow because it's so slow. All right, that might be better. Yeah, it's still a meme, but it's like you can do it. Like it's not a great build. It's not like the meta or anything like that. It's not even gonna be close to that. But it works, and that is way more than could be said by Yoreli previously. Other than you could ride around on Marilena and shoot a gun.
Scans show Grenier harvesting Kuva nearby. Set off the alarms to draw them out, then steal their Kuva catalysts. Predictable. As expected, Grenier have shut down the environmental systems, sending modified life support capsules. Use these to sustain your environment or attach Kuva catalysts to begin harvesting.
Okay, come on now. All right. The enemies said instant kill Marilena. Jesus. Did I hit the wrong... Okay, wait. Wait. I think I made this mash 2 instead. This is the wrong thing. This is the wrong key. This is, in fact, a 2, not 3. Whoop. Yeah, that'll be very bad for me. A 3, please. Thank you. Okay, this should function now, as opposed to making me lose all of my energy. Might die. There we go. Okay. Jeez. There we go. Also, for anyone that's just joining us, the reason I have a macro that like constantly presses 3 whenever I hold it is because otherwise this is a carpal tunnel fucking nightmare in order to play, because you have to mash the shit out of 3 to keep throwing these. If I could just hold 3, I would just do that. But that is in fact what I have made this macro do.
Life support incoming.
But you can see the scaling damage up in the top right. Yeah, they made it so that it scales whenever you hit enemies with the throw, and also they increased the scaling by 25%. Hey, it's old Necros. It's a similar carpal tunnel.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
Yeah, you really can kill with her abilities and not her passive. Right, exactly. It's very nice, actually. And this will kill acolytes and stuff, too, which you'll see whenever they show up, of course. Recipe's dead companion. Nah, well.
Get ready for a capsule.
Yeah, being able to scale off 2 different shapes of enemies is really, really impactful. Turns out.
I've delivered another life support capsule.
And whenever I say shapes of enemies, I mean circles and lines. Because you can fire these down a line of enemies to scale pretty quickly, and you can also stand in a circle of dudes. With all the hits from this ability, now scale it. Well, I didn't have to be on a K drive to do full potential. I mean, yeah, but I mean, I think that's the thing with Rally anyway. Like, whether or not you play your Rally, like, if you like the K drive, if you're one of the people that likes the K drive, they do exist, then, like, enjoy yourself, right? And if you don't like it, whatever. Oh, it's broken. Why does this break? Yeah, with natural talent, sometimes the 3 just breaks, and I can't throw nearly as fast as I was able to. I don't know what the deal is. Well, even with this much lower DPS than I should have, here's Angst. And there they go. Up to or infinite? So it will reset whenever your duration resets, so it's not really infinite because you have to rebuild it. But it's up to enough. It technically will scale to like 2.1 billion damage. But good luck making that happen. I wonder what the actual, like, theoretical limitations of it, like, on a maximum per enemy hit basis, based on, like, spawn cap and those enemies not dying. Actually, no, you definitely can't. You definitely can't actually get it to 2.1 billion, because there'll be a point where you're, like, your returns... It's not true exponential scaling, I think. If it was true exponential scaling, you could get there. But because it's not, eventually, like, every hit you do will instant kill any given enemy that exists, because all the hits also proc slash. So, yeah. Because there's a limitation, like, on the health. So, yeah, all enemies... Yeah, no. You couldn't actually get it to real damage cap, I don't think, without some fucky multiplication.
Very good.
Honestly, for a base steel path, I don't think you need above 150k base damage. Definitely not. Oh, whoops. I forgot I was leveling. Whoopsies. Good calculated. You only have to hit with the AoE around here. Oh, yeah, right. The AoE around here doesn't scale. So, yeah. We take an outrageous amount of hits. Nice, Exile. Here, do this mission again. So I can get the rest of these levels. Need to make a Ureli video. We're skipping to the end of the alphabet. Okay, chat, what's the countdown on whenever I post the Ureli video of people like not understanding that someone's opinions can change whenever the fucking literal thing I'm talking about changes? What's the over under? How fast is the comment that goes, I thought you hated this, or some bullshit? $50 seconds. There it is. First comment, first one, instantaneous. Okay. Raw Studio though, I gotta get on the YouTube trade though.
As expected, Grenier have shut down the environmental systems, sending modified life support capsules. Use these.
This is also a much better tile set for you, really. These Kuva like super long hallways are hilariously good for this skill. They have already posted it. Ah, yes, of course. I thought you hated this time. There it is. Although I think I'm pretty explicit in that video where I like repeatedly mention if it just had the right numbers. It turns out these numbers are pretty good.
Tenno, prepare for life support.
And this the new augment? It is indeed. It's the new augment with its buffs from the test server, which were quite significant. The final boss of Warframe is numbers, it's true. What is that you're throwing? So the augment makes it so that you can throw the glaives that spin around you in your 3. And for every hit that your 3 does, you gain an additional 10% damage. But if you're not on Marolina, it costs 15 energy to throw them. But if you're on Marolina, it's free. No way. Correct. Is that bonus apply to weapons or only the glaives? Only to the glaives. Does this seem fun to you? I mean, I'm glad that this works. I definitely wouldn't normally play this build, but I'm glad that it works for the people that like Ureli. It's very similar to like the way that Atlas plays, and people really like Atlas. Or well, at least a certain subset of people really like Atlas anyway. Does 10% scale with power strength? The 10% does not scale with power strength. If it did, this would actually be like meta relevant probably. Because if you were gaining 20% damage with like, because you'd go to 200% strength and you were gaining 20% damage on every single hit, that would actually be pretty out of control. But I think they made it the right number in order for it to be like, yeah, a Ureli player can do this, but also it'll never be like the meta. I just like punching things sometimes. Valid. They really nerf Grendel? They did indeed nerf Grendel. And her friend is already at rock bottom. I mean, he wasn't at rock bottom. He might be now, though. Nah, Grendel's not as bad as Hydroid. Grendel still has a Naro stats, so, like, whatever, right? He'll at least have that, I guess. Frost is rock bottom? Disagree. I think Hydroid is worse. Like, from my testing currently, I think that Hydroid is the worst frame in the game. Frost is really close, though. What they do to Grendel, he can only eat 40 enemies at a time now, which makes the Spectro Belch build like not work.
Extraction is ready.
Because you need to be eating more enemies than that to like keep up a KPM that's acceptable. Oh, what up, dog? Welcome to the Shadow Realm. It was like 90 something before. It was unlimited before. They said that the game would crash around like the 90 mark though. Like the reason that they changed it was because of performance reasons, which I understand, but like please help Grendel. Yeah, turns out slash procs are okay. You have scaling slash procs, you can do some stuff. If they double the damage on it, it wouldn't matter. Yeah, no. The thing that they need to fix on Grendel is they need to make it so that his 4 is like a viable DPS path in Steel Path. So watching your latest vid on YouTube, are those Jinjos in your background? Yeah. Also need to put a cap on the high energy drain. It's horrendous. Yeah, the Grendel needs many number changes. The worst thing about Grendel is that, like, mechanically, I think Grendel's a very fun Warframe because I think bouncing around as, like, the fucking Super Monkey Ball is a huge amount of fun. Like, what an enjoyable time. It's just that it sucks and it's not an effective playstyle. Please, just make it good. That's all I want. I just want the numbers to be high enough that I can fucking mess around with him and do fucking Super Monkey Ball shit. That's it. That's all I want. Yeah, his kit works, but numbers. Help me. Like, if his 4 constantly stripped armor from all the enemies around it, and, like, his 3 did, like, 1,000,000 damage whenever you spit the enemies out, and it's, like, if it's properly scaled to enemies that you've eaten, like, we'd have some more to talk about, right? Like, it's really just number changes on Grendel. He just needs to be able to do the thing. If you did the math for Grendel before cap, and you'd have been able to cap out at around 300-ish enemies before the drain would instantly kill you. Grendel just needs better damage types on his 4. I mean, if his 4, like... See, that's the thing, though. It's not thematic for his 4 to be all slash damage and proc slash a bunch, right? Which would work. You could do that and then just make the numbers good enough, right? What it should be is that, like, it's procking the shit out of, like, just, like, an armor strip, right? Like, give it, like, a 50% armor strip on hit, right? And then by the time you've hit the enemy 3 times, they're basically out of armor. Or a beefy shattering impact. Yeah, sure. Yeah. They could make it so that his 4 shreds 20 base armor on hit. That'd be pretty good. That'd be actually really solid. That would do a very similar thing to what I said, but it would actually be even more effective. And they haven't done those types of effects very often. Yeah, like that's all Grendel needs is number fixes. It's really sad too, because I like Grendel. He's one of my favorite fashion frames. Like, I want to use him. I want to use him for the playstyle he was clearly made for. It's just not good enough. Oh, Malice is here. Okay. I wonder if I can kill myself with these things before, or what will happen here. Oh, can he not put the bubble on me if I'm on Marolina? I wonder if he can't. He might not be able to. Get fucked, Malice.
Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you.
You call this the Xena build? Eh, well. No. Now, here's the thing people don't want to do with Marolina. Or with Corelli in general. Is navigate these tile sets.
It is done, Tenno.
Well, I'm sure everyone would prefer you really have an actual Exalted Glaive. This is acceptable. Yeah. The charge helps a lot. Yeah, the dodge they added definitely makes a difference. Oh, look, 17 Vent Kids XP. How's the new augment plus Gloom if you have tested it? New augment. Oh, for Grendel? I mean, it's going to do Spectro Belch things, but worse because he can only eat 40 enemies. I tested it on the test server. Probably performed a little better there, honestly. Really cool if doing tricks on Marolina gave you buffs and shit. Okay. The problem with that is that actually doesn't work with like almost any of like Warframe's current tile sets. Like doing tricks is a big ask unless like there is like you'd have to have like ollies and stuff count. Like if you could fucking yeah, no, if you could do like really basic things that just require you to sit there, like there's that. Yeah, Marolina already doesn't work, yeah. Just grab the Phantasma and just giggle right now with the CO issue. Oh god. Yeah, I'm real happy that Ureli does a thing. Add a door to navigation. Do the new war. Go play the new war. Apparently doesn't work on any regular tile set. I hate riding that thing so much. Yeah, well, it's Ureli. Ureli must ride the Marolina. There is no other option. Those glowing decorations on the front of the transference room.
All accounted for.
These two things? These come from Samaris. I forget what they're called.
Please return covered in blood. Safe and sound.
She did trying to trick on the ground, do dance moves on the board that gives set buffs. The problem for that is that like all the buttons for doing tricks on the board are moving around buttons. Unless what you mean is that, like, Ureli should just constantly be doing sick fucking dances and shit and providing random buffs. Which actually, you know, actually, that could work. What is your Nezha build? I need to put the updated build for that on YouTube. Did you grab the Underperformer from Teshin yet? No, I could, I guess. How much Underperformer do I have? Don't I have plenty? Oh, wrong button. Wrong button. If you could aim glide with Marilena, I don't know that that would help very much. But I have 3. I guess I could get another one. Let's go see Teshin while he's in the big Dark Souls PvP in the sky. He slow you down enough to do the tricks? Maybe. Oh, he's not orange anymore? What? Huh? Oh, okay, cool. Okay, love you, honey. How long are you going tonight? For a good while. Steel Path honors. Jesus. Like, all of this Steel Path essence is just from testing shit. Oh, man. Alright, I don't have these glyphs. Oh well, I don't want them. They don't matter to me. You know what I might start doing for Teshin? I might start buying the like 30k endo that he offers in this sometimes. Just as like an outlet for my Steel Path currency, and because that'll just get me ever closer to the all of the mods in the game maxed out. How far up than are you? Got to be closer. I'm like 500,000 endo away or so. I have like 2.5 mil, and like I could probably get rid of some stuff, and like I have some Iotans. But if we look at my incomplete mods, we've got somebody can do this math on this if you want to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 19 prime mods to level, and then only 1 rank 10 rare. And these are each 40k. That's still a lot of endo. Oh yeah, it might actually be more like 700,000. Ah, fuck it. I'll just do the math. We're already here. I might as well. Do 40k times what I say, 19. Yeah, it is, and then plus like another 30k. Yeah, it's like 800,000 because of the turret velocity also being added in.
Operator, I run diagnostic regressions. All systems nominal. You don't need.
It is a lot, but I don't think it's bad at all. Well, yeah, because I mean, you have to consider what I have gone through already. Oh, wait, Friday. Wait. Yeah. All right, I return. Anybody got a Bonsley in Pokemon Legends Arceus set? I think I had a Bonsley. So trade you an Alpha Cleffa. Oh, the Euphona Riven is just sneaking in there. It's for a prime weapon. But yeah, it's how many of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10. I've got 10 rows of these, so that's 30. Yeah, 30 of them are maxed, and that's a fucking... Oh, that's a colossal amount of endo. Yeah, that's 1.2 million endo. And then there's also, like, we can just go by rank. Like, these are just all of the rank 10 mods. Because, like, keep in mind, I have all but one of the rank 10 rares in the entire game leveled also, and I have all of the uncommons and commons leveled. And these rank 10s go on for a while, right? Like, this is the end, is Warhead. How many rows is this? This is one. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. So yeah, 34 times 3. Like over 100 rank 10 mods I have maxed. Somebody could do the math on all that if you really wanted to. Prime Chamber still worth anything? I think so. Not nearly the hilarious prices it was worth prior, but it is still worth flat. Yeah, about 4 million endo. Yeah, then 1.2 of that. Yeah, small loan of 4 million endo. Also, these other random low rank things that I'm just like, oh, this would be what a new player would have. They would use these. Just fucking around. And not to mention every other mod. It'd be fun if the wiki kept track of like what the grand total endo you need to farm is for every mod in the game. Or those smoking mods? You mean these? Oh, you mean these. These are the peculiar mods. Yeah, so these are cosmetic mods. So these are basically, the way I see these is as a precursor to Ephemera. They tried to make us remove mods from our build in favor of funny effects to shoot at enemies. That did not work. No one really liked it. It was kind of a funny meme once, and then we all unequipped it. So these are relics of a time long past. Yeah, it was a bad idea. Ephemera, great idea. Adaptation of this. Does CE sell all these mods as cards in real life? No. No. You show your incomplete mods again? Sure. And then I don't have these 4, 5, 6 mods. Unfortunately. IRL Warframe cards sounds sick for a collector thing. There are IRL Warframe Prex cards. I have them. Here, 1 second. Right over here. DE said I'm actually not allowed to show you the Prex card. No, I'm kidding. 1 second. They're not on that side. Where the fuck did I put that? Where is it? So I can show you a few things that are in this case. Prozymes, I'm the Grenum Void. Oh, okay. So, overhead camera. Ba-bum. Okay, we have a few different card games.
Damn, son,
here.
where'd you find
Boom, thank you for the
this?
$1. Much appreciate it. These are the IRL Prex cards.
Peculiar Bloom was a thing Mirage used to crash pieces with. That was a thing.
Oh, yeah. Mirage. How many Mirage using the Peculiars crash PCs? Yeah. They're like a really cool semi-foil and stuff. Real neat. I like these a lot. These are really cool. I said that 3 minutes ago. Yeah, sometimes it takes it a minute. Yeah, so that's the Prex cards. Also, hey, other cool things to show. I won these. These are Yu-Gi-Oh! Judge Dice. Oops, upside down. Yeah. These are actually more expensive than you'd imagine that they are because they're collectible dice in Konami games, or in Yu-Gi-Oh! Specifically. Also, we have another thing here as well. So these are in this case. I actually need to sell these because they have appreciated in value to the point where I can no longer justify keeping them. Those like rare collector's items, or can we still buy them? I don't know if you can actually buy them or if you ever were able to get them. This is the full set of the Pokemon the Movie 2000 first appearance cards. How much you want for those? To my knowledge, that's got to be a heap of cash. Yeah, it is. To my knowledge, these are currently worth like about 10 grand. Each? No, as a complete set. The Lugia one by itself, I think, is like 4 grand. Yeah, I did not purchase them for anywhere near that much. Because I purchased them long ago. A long time ago. I actually had a really stupid reason for buying them, too. Like, they were not originally like I bought this as an investment because clearly it'll go up. Like, that's not why I bought this at all. I'm going to tell you the stupid reason I bought this because it's actually further explained by what's in this case. Yeah, I bought this for a really stupid reason. I got the whole set because it was the only way to get this card. This is not only the cheapest of the set, it's Hoot Hoot. And I like Hoot Hoot. I like Hoot Hoot. And I was way bigger into Yu-Gi-Oh! At the time. And in Yu-Gi-Oh!, you use a field center whenever you're playing in real life, which basically means you use a card that goes between the 2 link zones as your center of the field to determine what lane things are in for the purposes of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And the card I am using as my field center is the fucking Meiji Hollow Ho-Ho card, which is Hoot Hoot, and I love Hoot Hoot. He's very good, and I play Madolches, and in Madolches, we also have, I like owls. We have a good, look at Hoot Cake. Look at this Pancakes owl. Look at his children. I like owls is the reason why I own these cards. Also these fucking things are expensive now too. I'm pretty sure. It might not be anymore. I don't know what happened with it in general. But these fucking cards, I bought this for like $10 and I think it's like $150 now. Because it's not like they kept making these. These were like a special promo. And it was like a Japan only promo. Yeah, so that's why I own this set of Pokemon the Movie 2000 graded cards. It's very dumb reasoning. Very dumb reasoning. Yeah, if I can ever sell that set, I'm probably going to sell it and buy a Time Twister. Completely sensible reasoning here. It really is. Card for card, of course. It wouldn't be card for card if I got like a reasonable deal on a Time Twister, which can happen. I get one that's like, you know, MP, LP. It could occur. But yeah, that's what that is. If anybody knows anyone that would be interested in those incredibly rare cards, let me know. I'm very interested in parting with them. That's still like 6 grand, bros. I'm aware. I come out like fucking 3 grand positive on that. I'm very okay with that. Lesson learned, buy shit you like and maybe it'll turn into an investment worth $10,000. Yeah, well. Interested in replaying New War? We replayed some of it on stream for the test server, and we might get into it, but probably not for right now. Noah just wants them. It's a Panini. currently. I'd be interested if I had the money, but that would also be the entirety of my savings for my new PC. Very nice. Later, Techdown. What's the most expensive card ever traded? I'm probably gonna say Black Lotus, but I could be wrong. I don't think there's a more expensive Pokemon card, and there certainly is not a more expensive Yu-Gi-Oh card. Yeah, I think it's got to be Black Lotus. Yeah, Kainer, if you want to like drop it into art stuff, I'm super down. At me though, please at me. Maybe baseball cards? Doubt it. Are they like 20k for not very good ones? Oh yeah, you can get like a damaged Black Lotus for $20,000. How much for Black Lotus at max? I think it was like $400,000 or something for like a minty Black Lotus. Yeah, there's a perfect 10 Charizard that was quite expensive. It was somewhere on like that 300k type range. Some sports card sold for 6.6 million. I guess it's that then. Oh, 511,000 was the highest for Black Lotus. Just a cool $500,000. What about those one-of-a-kind cards Konami gives to tournament winners? Oh, now that you mention that, I'll be right back. No, I'm kidding. It's right behind me. Now that you mention that. This is my expensive Yu-Gi-Oh cards binder. And within that is a still sealed World Championship 2019 prize. I have not ever opened this. The cards are in it. Yeah, this one's pretty good. What the fuck? You guys want to look up how much an ultimate rare Pot of Greed is? I am a fan of this binder. Crack that pack? Absolutely not. Oh, you know, it's meta relevant right now. There's actually a partially like a thing I meant to sell in here, actually. I don't know how much they are. Where is it at? I bought these as like an investment. They're meta relevant now. I think. I don't think they've been banned. These are ultimate rare TG Wonder Magicians that I bought in order to sell because I figured that they were going to get price out of control. I don't know how much these are now. Ultra Rare Pot of Greed is only $70. Only $70 for that card that's usually $1. What's the name of them? They're TG Wonder Magician. Having a condition overload, by the way, is everything all right? I heard weird interactions with all kinds of weapons. Yeah, weird stuff going on with the current patch with it. I'm sure it'll get, you know, ironed out. Oh, are Ghost Rare Herald of Perfections like meta right now? Because I have those. They went up to 25. Okay, cool. I think whenever I got those TG Wonder Magicians, I think they were like 5. So that's not bad. Yeah, this ultimate rare binder I'm quite a fan of. Sure, the desk is too messy to really show it off. Maybe at some point we'll do that. Which herald is that? Herald of Perfection. 30 flat for those. That's not bad. Yeah, there was a point where I was building a collection of Yu-Gi-Oh! Ultimate Rares. Thank you, Kanro. Alright, anyway.
All mods are counted for operator. I have not taken any.
Okay, so Urelli build done. Nice. Oh wait, I wanted to see what this was like with natural talent. See if I could make it work. Wait, did I break it and it was throwing really slowly even without natural talent? What the fuck? You're gonna wait until you reach 800k endo to rank all the mods to 10, or are you gonna do them gradually? Oh, I'm gonna wait until I've built up that much endo. For sure. Yeah, no reason to do it now unless I need the mod for something. It's a bug with non-ranked 0 Aquablades? I don't know.
Scans show Grenier are harvesting Kuva nearby.
Whatever it is, it sucks, and it's unfortunate.
Alarms to draw them out, then steal their Kuva catalysts.
I feel like this is content. What is? Buy the much endo with 3,000 platinum. Yeah, I'm okay. Gives me something to do to not just, you know, do that. Here we go. Yeah, so this is what this looks like with natural talent. It's much better whenever natural talent continues to work. And also, like, the ability doesn't bug and makes me throw super slow. Gonna see the buff to Vile Rush. Yeah, we'll mess with that next. I'm actually curious on Urelli's ability on Lavos, because that actually might be a real thing, like unironically. Because if he can just like use it and then throw it infinitely because he doesn't work on energy, that would actually be super good.
Life support incoming.
Like a solid 30-year mods break when you rank those mods to 10. Rank all the mods to 10 will be followed by forming a bunch of stuff. I'd bet on it. Oh, no. No. For sure not. I mean, all the mods I don't have ranked are the mods I don't use, right? Or, like, hardly use. Like, it might come out of 1 or 2 builds, mostly the pistol ammo mutation. Pistol ammo mutation might come out of a couple builds. That's probably about it. Show the K-pop blender to the shouty sadistic AI. Okay. Oh, does he tell you to stop? Does this much pressing 3 and make him go, no, no, no? Will that natural talent work? Yeah, as long as it doesn't bug out, this is great. At least it's pretty clearly bugging out whenever it does, though.
Get ready for a capsule.
Smartest can't disable your early blades. It's your gun. They lock your 2 and 3 as well if you press them too much. It's outrageous. Use Saren, Samaris said at the top of his lungs. Yeah, he can lock any of your abilities. You just have to be able to use them fast enough that he'll give a shit. And there's a different threshold for each different type of ability. Or each different number of ability, I should say, not really type. But are we using Gloom in this? Yep. Okay, Gloom is a good additional defensive / healing mechanism here. This is on par with the Frost build. I mean, this is considerably better than Frost. Yeah, this is better than Frost because I'm using the Warframe, not the Nataruk. Yeah, that's very much the case. Also not panic, smashing bubbles and freeze, not to just die outright. Yeah, also that.
The raid is off to a successful start. When you need it, extraction is ready.
Oh, it broke. What a time for it to break. Yeah, see now, so it's broken, so I can't really throw very fast. Like it'll like turn back on. It's so weird. See how I throw like really fast? And then it stops. And there's like a delay now. Yeah, that's a really unfortunate bug. That'll probably get ironed out, ideally. Or maybe they'll just add the, like, you can just rapid fire this because carpal tunnel is a real thing that people get. Thoughts? This is like a real build that you can use. I'm glad that they fixed it and made it, like, decent. Damage seems pretty good, yeah. Think this, that people make a living treating carpal tunnel D's just doing their part? Ah, yes, of course.
Damn, son, where'd you find
Moon,
this?
thank you for the $1. Much appreciate it.
New theory, bonk got something to do with the bug maybe?
What's bonk? Pringle, thank you for the 500 bits. Much appreciate. Oh, K-Drive bonking. You know what? Possible.
Critical life support levels. Extraction is your best.
Come on, enemies. I'm killing you like as fast as you really can. Drop some damn life support, you assholes. Thank you. Fucking dickheads.
Extraction is ready.
Also, I believe from what I'm seeing here that this can headshot. So if you're throwing these at head level, I think this is headshotting. Number of ways I might be able to test that. I'm unable to throw my shit. I'm unable to turn off my tube. There we go. That sucked. It's a huge DPS loss. Yeah, the problems with ability no work no more, that stuff is hopefully going to get ironed out here. Also, yeah, we probably can check headshot kills if it counts it that way. I was thinking more along the lines of equipping one of the arcanes that triggers on headshot. That's usually how I test for headshots, because those are pretty good about tracking that. Oh, it's Melis.
The more successful we will be. Critical life support levels. Extraction is your best option.
All right, we're going to get out of here now.
Extraction is ready.
Please don't get stuck. The frog. You really, with this like leap forward thing you can do, she really is more like a frog than anything else. Malice out here trying to bubble Ureli. Ureli pulls a pain and goes, I was born in the bubbles, mortared by them. I didn't see a non-sphere of oxygen until I was a Ureli. Ooh! One of my secret layers chipped. Oh, also, yo, oh shit, what is the name of it? I just purchased it. I want to, okay, guys, can we talk about a cool art thing that is like, this might, okay, before we do, I want to clarify. This thing we're about to talk about might only be in my wheelhouse. This might be a thing where it's like, it's just me that thinks this is cool. Are we chill with that? Because I bought a thing to go over here on this wall behind me. Okay. So there's a company that makes art out of old game consoles. And I already bought this. So I can just link it in chat. This is a company called Grid. And they make this dope as fuck Game Boy Color art. And it's sick. It's fucking rad. I don't know who Austin is, but yeah, it's really fucking cool. There's a couple different ones. There's like the like classic Game Boy, but like I remember the Game Boy Color, like that was my Game Boy, like in large part. They also there's the Advance and stuff too, which I almost did. But yeah, that shit is radical. It's gotta be the best turnover on a Game Boy ever. Green screen's off a bit in the bottom left corner from our perspective. Oh. Sorry about that. My camera was turned. Also, Game Boys are expensive now. Like that art like looks expensive, but like if you want to get a Game Boy that like works now, it's like $100. Yeah, I have my old one as well. Save my DS till it's worth $100 copium. That probably will happen. People will be really nostalgic for that. $100 is expensive for a super old piece of technology. And I just mean one that, when I say works, I mean works. Like if you want like a new in box Game Boy, that's probably like $500. When will my Vita be worth money? They ported Persona 4 Golden to PC, so never. Artistically, the piece is really aesthetically pleasing. Yeah, I think it looks fantastic. Oh yeah, old Pokemon carts? Bruh, good luck. Like, I'm glad I have, like, my, like, gold, silver, red, blue. Like, because damn if I didn't. Like, you can't get those again. Like, not for less than an insanely large amount of money. Oh, but yeah. I'm glad that this Urelli build exists. This is nice. Yeah, this is good. This is a good thing. The parameters do exist, so it's not always needed that you get original cards. No, right, exactly. But like, so most people prefer, like, when they can, to play in like that like with the actual thing, you know what I mean? Like, that is generally preferred. You could sell your first appearance cards and buy a booster box of first edition Pokemons. I'm okay. On Pokemon cartridges, best to look at local game stores in small towns. It's fair. How many of those still exist though? Especially after the Panini. A lot of those places are fucking gone. Does Parazon kill equal finisher kill? I think so. 5? That sounds about right. The Panini, the pandemic. He's got 5 augments, and not one of them can make him good. Fucking Sag. Yeah, this is correct. The damage trade-off is there. We did it. Wow. These are all the same. Okay. Just use all 5 augments on one build. That's the best, Frost. Oh yeah, it would be such a good time. They could make him good if the numbers were high enough. So, I actually think that if they made the Frost numbers high enough, they would design themselves into a corner, and Frost would be too good. Because, like, if they made avalanche numbers high enough that it could, like, kill enemies and steal path, that's all you would do, right? Because it goes through walls and everything. Like, you would just hit 4 and they would all die. And you would just, like, have this, like, really, really boring, like, I do this. They're all dead. Goodbye. Goodbye. Like, that's what you would do. And then that would obviously be, like, a completely unengaging, nothing gameplay. So that doesn't help, right? Yeah, stronger Equinox, exactly. That's what that would be. Like, you could make the numbers on his 4 augment, make it so that he can tank. Like, yeah, like, I think, yes, 5,000 per enemy hit. Like, sure, yeah, like, that'll make him, like, not die. That would help. But, like, my favorite kind of gameplay is unengaged. I'm not ready for marriage. You know, it would help if max cold procs froze enemies solid. This ability's entire thing is to freeze enemies solid. That sounds more like giving other Warframes even more of the ability to do the thing Frost does. Also, you guys enjoying the Zaku stance on Frost? Because Zaku is less broken than Frost is. Frost's arms don't work. He's got bad pipes for the coolant. Oh, man. Yeah, lead coolant pipes leaking the infested goo. What if killing a frozen enemy spread the freezing effect to nearby enemies? Well, I mean, that doesn't help Frost. Like, you hit 4 and it freezes everybody. I have a rework video on Frost, and I still would want to do that. But for Frost specifically, I don't think it would really help. Yeah, I have a rework video on Frost, and I still stand by everything I said in that video. It'd be real, that'd be good. It's also a very, like, low investment on DE's part, at least from my perspective, to do, which I think is very important. Because, like, there's a million things that you could do to fix Frost, right? Well, all you have to do is, what you do here is you remove his 2, and then you move all of his abilities up. Avalanche becomes his 3, Snow Globe becomes his 2, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna give him an Exalted Ice Hammer. Okay, cool. Are you with me? All right, we're gonna give him an Exalted Ice Hammer, and when he swings it, it kills everyone in front of him with big ice waves, right? Like, sure, like, you turn Ice Wave from that into a big Exalted Hammer, and that creates ice waves that actually do damage and kill enemies. And then you make it so Freeze has a completely new mode where you hold it and it's a fucking ice beam, and that kills enemies and does good damage. Like, you can fucking la-di-da and, like, basically make a new, like Ice Warframe by doing that. But that is so much animation work and development that Frost is not worth at all. Like, that's just not worth it for DE to do, right? But like, yeah, the actual thing is you need to change some like low-level functionality stuff. Don't add any new animations. Like, don't do anything crazy. And then like probably he needs another deluxe skin in order for like that to ever be worth it to happen. He needs better skins. Well, we're in a real chicken and the egg, right? So why would we get more Tennogen skins for Frost that make him look nicer if Frost kind of sucks and not a lot of people play him? And also, why would they make skins for Frost? Nobody really plays him. And like, why would there's no one to buy the skins, right? Like, why? He's not a very good Warframe. Like, his play rate is like hilariously above what I thought it would be on like the usage, and I honestly don't get it. Like, it's still super low, but it's higher than Zephyr, which feels like a crime. I think Frost Prime reduce cooldown times on Railjack turrets so we can at least have a niche use like Lavos. Oh yeah, give him another passive like Coolant. Like, your Railjack abilities don't cost more or some shit. Guess Zephyr was a meme for so long, people just haven't adopted her. I guess. Whatever, it means she'll be good for longer. Anyway, about that guy that turns the corpses of old men into snakes. Necros? Ah, get on this dick, alien? I see. Took me a moment to realize. Lavos doesn't do that, though? Well, yeah, Lavos uses cooldowns instead for Railjack, which is why he's good at it. First Ion Helm over the Lux body and one of the Kua chest plates to cover the plastic abs looks decent, but Frost needs a rework, yeah. Yeah, Frost really needs and deserves a rework. Needs and deserves. What's the answer you have in Frost? That's the Zaku Agile. Yeah, I'm gonna make that Ureli video. That's gonna happen. What else were we gonna do? We already know about the Grendel one. The Gauss one is what it is. I'm probably gonna make a video on it, but like we tested that very thoroughly on the test server. Yeah, Lavos, that was it. His 2 is different. Is he still on this like Ophidian bite build? No. Is that on one of his other ones or something? No? I was pretty sure I was messing with Ophidian bite. Just came in, was Ureli change good? Yes, actually. Oh yeah, we were gonna check and see if we could spam the Aqua Blades. That's also important. So yeah, the duration is like good enough for that. Strength and range don't actually really matter for that ability. Yeah, I am curious to see if he can throw those. So let's go look at that. What are we gonna replace? Ophidian Bite, probably. How about his Lavos' augment? His one augment. Okay, so how do I put this? Is there a nice way to put this? I don't think that there is. Using Lavos' one augment reveals just how not great Lavos' abilities are. It's not even abilities being bad, just that his gameplay loop doesn't flow well. Sure. I mean, I think those two things kind of go hand in hand, but yeah. Getting rid of You look okay. Get in. Big question is going to be, why the fuck would I do this? But anyway. Actually don't need this. Yeah, it costs 23 energy to throw it. Watch him just not be able to throw them at all. I guess I'm not going to change this that much just in case it doesn't work. Like, it's very possible that this literally just does not function.
Where would the sanctuary be without you?
Someone in chat said he can't throw them due to a bug. If he can't throw them, that may in fact not be a bug. Yeah, he cannot throw them. Yep. Need more energy. He does not have energy. Yeah, so this, like, doing a cool thing with Lavos, you are not allowed to do a cool thing with Lavos. All right, well. Harrow? I can't really see it be worth using on Harrow. Because, like, think about it this way. Harrow has a harder time surviving than Ureli without, like, using his one a bunch. Like, what are you... You literally don't have, like, the freedom to just spam that much. Try it with Limbo. Energy drains too much. I already know that. Children. Here's the thing. It might work on Hildren. I mean, it probably will work. I just don't know if it will be worth doing on Hildren. Because Hildren already has like a... Okay, we're going to show the Hildren build that I'm using. Her one is better? That's not true. Hildren's one fucking sucks. But the build for Hildren, I think, is better, quotation marks. I'll show you what Hildren do. Trinity, not enough energy. The question is, can you throw them all in Hildren's 4 for easy, no enemies moving? Enemies moving, not really a problem.
Scans show Grenier are harvesting Kuba nearby. Set off the alarms to draw them out, then steal their Kuba catalysts. Predictable. As expected, Grenier have shut down the environmental systems, sending modified life support capsules. Use these to sustain your environment or attach Kuba catalysts to begin harvesting.
Well, well, well. Looks like some serious crud is going down out there. Here's to you, anonymous troublemaker.
Yeah, like, yeah, this is really the thing here is, like, why not do this? If you're Hildren, right? So what's going on? I'm spamming my ability that gives me all of my shields back, and it's lighting them on fire and killing them and removing all of their defenses. Because enemies are infested. This works against infested, though.
Life support on the way.
Does it go through walls? Village? It does not. It is line of sight. This does not look fun. It's totally fine. It's a thing where you probably want to bind two to, like, your mouse so you can click it a bunch, but it's like doesn't require that much clicking, you know what I mean? Game broke again? No.
I delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
You also don't need to spam as much as I am. Tried Breach Surge instead of Roar. I haven't tried Breach Surge. I used the used Chroma's ability on Electric. That one was pretty interesting. It considers you using shields to cast abilities as damage to yourself. So it creates like a bunch of electric damage to go with all of the heat damage. If electric damage was better, that would definitely be the better version of this build, actually. Because Roar and that are pretty close in terms of effectiveness. Feels like Ember, but scuffed. I mean, no. It's like Ember, but I have like a 0% chance of dying under like any circumstances, basically. Where's your energy bar? No energy bar. Hildren doesn't have that. Hildren uses her shields. Looks like they half patched the new hair and it's broken again. Oh well, I'm sure it'll get there.
Additional life support has arrived.
Here's time for some sleeps. Fair. I really want to see what this would be like with Breach Surge. Oh, it just procs Breach Surge a shitload. We have to cast a bunch more. You basically like alternate casting Breach Surge and this. And like the ticks of heat all can proc Breach Surge, so like they just go and they're everywhere. Granted, I guess I haven't done it, but that should be how it works. Is there a visual effect for this, or is emissive color just black? Oh, emissive color is just black. There's a wave that gets sent out. You also get like connected with like strings to all of the enemies around you. It's actually a very annoying visual. Yeah, also gives overshields to allies. Yep.
Our operative is making progress. This will help our cause. When you need it, extraction is ready. You are running out of time. Consider extraction.
Yeah, this is mostly for like non-steel path stuff, but like it's here.
Support levels. Extraction is your best option.
Also, as you can see, adding in shooting the gun with little armor strip helps a lot. Shotgun Galvanized mod, did they fix again? Galvanized Savvy.
Extraction is ready.
Regardless, this build exists. Like I said, much better in lower levels. Secondary is that this is mushroom. It is a kit gun.
They fought well.
That build exists, but it isn't great in Steel Path. It's pretty tile set dependent, but yeah, it's like it's fairly mid in Steel Path. It's okay. Really low KPM. Can you show the build again? Gold button right here. Clickety clackety that. Everrod, what's up? What's up, Zark? Spore Lacer Haymaker Splat. Yeah, that's right. Kuba Heck Altfire is kind of stupid with this new bug. No, I believe that. It sounds fucking fun. When mobile, rest in peace. Oh, that should still be active. You should still be able to see the extension. I don't remember where it is, though. I think it's like the top right corner or something. It's wherever your extensions on mobile normally are. Never use extensions on mobile, but it does work. Is Gauss Augment still as busted as it was on PTR? Yeah. Yep. How do you get Ureli's new mod? I think it comes from Perrin. What is the Galv bug exactly? Okay, so the bug that was present on a lot of shotguns, as it was, is that shotguns have multi-shot in there innately, and they shoot a bunch of pellets, you know, like a shotgun. So if you had something that shot 8 pellets, or let's say 10 pellets, that did 8 damage, it does 80 total damage, right? Galvanized Savvy was scaling off of 8 damage, which is just 1 pellet, and giving you a very, very tiny amount of damage, even when it's scaled up all the way to its very high percentages, right? Okay, you with me? They attempted to fix that so that it would scale off the 80 damage, the full damage, and, you know, do the same thing that Serration does, just with a much higher number. Instead,
Operator, the system needs you.
they made it scale off of 80 times 10 damage, so it scales off the full damage per the multi-shot. So instead of scaling off 80, it scales off 800 now. So they took the bug and they were like, you know what I like about this? A lot. But what if it was upside down? So yeah, the Sea-Doo currently does fuck buckets of damage, and it already did too. Absolute Lamal. Yeah, well, you know. Is this intended? No. 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 Wasn't following. Did they nerf it or buff it? Oh, they buffed the ever-loving motherfuck out of it. But honestly, all of the shotguns that can take advantage of this are single target, I think. So like, what if we keep it? What if shotgun killed fucking everyone with infinity damage? Like, I'm into that, right? Like, I'm here for it. I would love to see that. Yeah, it's just a big number. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know the Kuvahek had an alt fire. It's got a really fun alt fire too. Wouldn't mind having the Tiger's Prime be relevant again. Oh, that won't happen. But it would do more damage. It would do enough damage to kill a guy. Remake the old times where Tiger's Prime was the god killer. We wouldn't quite be there. Definitely we can't do that already with the Sea-Doo. Yeah, the Sea-Doo not really receiving a buff here, but weapons like the Corinth, though. You know? Let's see if a weapon like the Corinth, even with this bug, because I'm pretty sure it's working on the Corinth. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong here. Let's see. I'm pretty sure this is right. Yeah. Here you go. Let's see if this is even kind of relevant. Archiplasmor? Well, the Archiplasmor doesn't have innate multi-shot, so it actually should be working correctly now. But But fun. The Archiplasmor was basically working the way that the other shotguns are working now before, due to some weirdness with the Archiplasmor. It was different. It's different, but kind of the same in terms of getting way more damage than it should. Test the Bibonico. I'm okay. We can't show the Bibonico to mortal men. You know this. It's a secret. Yeah, let's see if this Corinth can do enough damage to be like relevant. Yeah, Bibonico, off stream, alone, solo mode. Tell no one.
Scans show Grenier are harvesting Kuva nearby. Set off the alarms to draw them out, then steal
You
their
keep the
Kuva
Bibonico
jewels.
the same place you keep your Jurgens.
Predictable. As expected, Grenier have shut down the environmental systems, sending modified life support capsules. Use these to sustain your environment or attach Kuva catalysts to begin harvesting.
God damn it.
Get ready for a capsule.
The survey says it's kind of okay. But it's still better to use the explosives mode because it hits multiple enemies.
I delivered a life support capsule.
Even though the
to
explosives
area.
mode on this is like super janky.
Activating it will buy you more time.
Oh, the worst part is this is actually kind of pretty bad. Yeah, this weapon's still like just for fun even with this bug. Hi, bad bro.
Tenno, prepare for life support.
Oh, there was a headshots challenge. That right there pretty much confirms that Ureli's ability can't headshot. It's like how a pump action shotty should feel. Oh yeah.
Another life support capsule is now available.
I forget Roar was on earlier. Well, yeah. The bigger thing is going to be shooting an Acolyte with this. That'll be the one where we'll see how, like, chunky it is. Because in a lot of cases, like, a single pellet is killing these guys whenever I shoot them with, like, the actual shotgun bit. But Acolytes have enough, like, heft to them that they don't just die when they're interacted with. I guess some of these guys are getting multiple pellets in them, but not everything. Hold still for me. Okay. Yeah, that was without roar. 3 shots? Yes, indeed.
To a successful start. Extraction is available if you need it.
What a beautiful change. I mean, it is bugged. It will like a very unlikely stay like this. I know the bug has been in for months of it doing less damage, but I don't know if we can expect the bug for it doing more damage to stay in for months, even though it's fun and really isn't harming anything. This weapon's not that good. Oh, it's bugged right now. Just joined. Galvanized Savvy is making shotgun weapons do way more damage than they should.
You are running out of time. Consider extraction.
What you have learned.
The other more damage bug lasted for months. Which one's that? Plasmor? Oh, sure. Do we want to check in with the Plasmor and make sure it's alright? I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. What was I fucking with last time I messed with this thing? Oh, I remember now. Last time I used this, I used the cleanse because I determined that, because the cleanse before that was prime point blank, because I had determined that shooting them once with the Archiplasmor to kill them all was better than having to shoot them twice. Well, I guess that means I know for a fact that this weapon is fine because I wasn't even utilizing the bug because it killed them anyway. Whatever, let's shoot at stuff anyway. Try out the phage, it's Kino. Oh, we're gonna shoot the fucking Phantasma at some shit in a minute here.
Scans show Grenier are harvesting Kuva nearby. Set off the alarms to draw them out, then steal their Kuva catalysts. predictable. As expected, Grenier have shut down the environmental systems, sending modified life support capsules. Use these to sustain your environment or attach Kuba catalysts to begin harvesting.
We're fine. For those of you that were worried on my first couple shots, reminder, this doesn't have any innate base damage. It has to kill a couple guys first.
Life support incoming.
That's specific to Savvy and not shotguns then? Yeah. It's all weapons that have innate multi-shot, I believe. Which this is actually the Archoplasmor working as intended. It's just that the Archoplasmor is fucking good.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area.
A big long tube with the perfect firing range. I'm just shooting this down a fucking hallway like a pipe cleaner. Let's use Roar. Just for fun. Just for a laugh and a giggle. Plasmor is the Prime Cleanse mod. I mean, this doesn't have a Prime Cleanse mod on it. But it certainly does cleanse these hallways. I should probably go pick up all this life support, huh? Killing enemies at this end of the hallway. I love Galvanized Acceleration. What a stupid mod. God, this is bringing me back to the fucking olden days of the original Heck whenever it released. Ugh.
Additional life support has arrived.
200 million at sniper range, you say? That's not a wave. It's bisecting those enemies. You know a weapon is good in Warframe whenever you're not aiming at the enemies, you're aiming at the other end of the hallway. Good or broke? Good. Oh, I can't wait to see the Acolyte get shot by this. So watching the Acolyte get its shit absolutely pushed in by this is going to be comedic. Wait, do I have a... No, I have the mushroom with me. Okay, never mind. If I had the new core, I was going to do the primer bullshit just for giggles.
I'm sorry. Was that SFX a toy squeaky hammer?
That's correct. Don't you... Stop having... Well, I shot you once. Yeah, that's good enough. Slash procs will finish you off. Yeah, the dudes that jump on you, the like jesters, they have a squeaky hammer. That's their like hand hitting you noise. I shot him once and then he started blocking, but the Hunter Munitions slash proc killed him anyway.
Extraction is ready.
Like that was technically a one shot because he blocked everything else. It was just a slow one shot. The Tremna still good? Uh-huh. There it is. Good. That's those jesters hitting you whenever they're like climbed on. %, damage means nothing if you hit damage cap. Well, yeah. What's the regenerator on your Plasmor? I actually don't remember. I think it's like magnetic or something. It's like slightly suboptimal. I think it's magnetic. What are you testing? We're testing the Plasmor with the changes to Savvy. It's still really good.
It is done.
Yeah, I think it's magnetic. Wait. Is the Plasmor the one that's inherently radiation? It is, right? Because if so, then magnetic is correct. No, this is right then. I think it's only like 30% magnetic or something, though. We'll go check. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's like 30%. 30% magnetic. Why is magnetic best? So if you're going to be going the savvy route, it's an additional status for you to inflict. Because we've got viral, radiation, heat, magnetic, slash. Slash comes from Hunter Munitions. So with the 5 statuses, if we're taking advantage of savvy, this is going to give us 80% damage times 5. Oh, yeah, and forced impact, right? So it's going to be, yeah, times 6, actually. So 8 times 6 is like 530% additional damage. Not that we're ever going to need that because we also get this 30 times 12, which is 360%. So we end up at like 900% base damage increase if we're doing savvy stuff. Storm testing says the CO bug might apply to all hit scan weapons with modded multi-shot, not just innate. Ooh. Does Plasmor benefit more from roar or thermal sunder augment? The Plasmor, So okay, so it benefits more from roar, but that's because Hunter Munitions is a mod.
Operator.
So a fun thing about roar is that roar double dips on inflicted statuses that do damage. So both heat and slash, roar will double dip the damage on like a bane. Because you'll get the how do I word this? So whenever you shoot a guy and then that damage is increased by the bane, you get a higher slash proc. But then when the slash proc is applied, that damage is also affected by the bane and becomes higher. So you get like a plus 55 on a bane and then from like your initial hit, and then also plus 55 on a bane from the proc itself, like occurring. Yeah, heat, slash, toxin, gas, electric. Phantasmal war crime time? Sure, let's do war crimes. If you guys thought that the Arc of Plasmor looked good, let's just fucks with this thing. This is why roar plus toxic lash isn't fair to enemies. Yeah, it's pretty funny though. So this is the build for the Phantasma. Fun fact about this weapon. If you guys don't know the namesake of Galvanized Savvy, it's Shotgun Savvy. This weapon is the only weapon in the game that unironically, before Galvanized Savvy came out, was running Shotgun Savvy. Because status chance matters that much to this weapon. And the Phage. Well, the Phage was running the crit mods. It didn't have room for that particular. So, warning, don't tell anyone about this. Don't tell anyone about the Phantasma. Just build it and just have that in your little back pocket. If you guys have ever shot the new core at something and been like, yeah, that was good. Wait till you see this.
I saw a video where they stacked 11k heat procs on electrical so he instantly died.
That seems correct. He'll die. He'll instantly die with far less than that, but that's funny. So I'm not even going to use Roar. Anyway.
Use these to sustain your environment or attach Kuba catalysts to begin harvesting.
You guys know how like the Ignis Wraith is like the most used weapon in the game? Don't tell those players about this weapon.
Prepare for life support.
Oh yeah, this weapon does a cellular reconfiguration to all enemies that it touches. By the way, this weapon, you're noticing there's not really much of a reload. That's because when it reloads, it blinks. If it can see you, you're already dead. Nani. I've played War for my life, but always been interested. Just watched my first YouTube video explaining it and just wanted to see his first video. This is unbelievable. Because he's just erasing everything. Yeah, this weapon, this is a unique weapon for the way that it interacts with enemies that wish to live. Yeah, this weapon just straight up reconfigures the atoms of what you pointed at into the shape of dead.
Life support capsule is now available.
Yeah, reconfigures them wrong. Built stupid. Alright, now let's use it with Neja speed. Song's very appropriate for this. Here comes the thing that this doesn't work very good on. So the thing that this weapon is doing is applying like a quadrillion heat procs in 1 second. Acolytes have a limit of 4 heat procs on them at a time. So you do need to bring a different solution to them. Luckily, mushroom. What's mushroom? It is the mushroom kit gun. It is Spore Lacer, Haymaker, Splat. And it makes enemies splat. It's basically a grenade lobber. It's very good.
The raid is off to a successful start. When you need it, extraction is ready.
This is what this weapon does. As long as the enemy is vulnerable to heat procs, this pretty much scales indefinitely. Like there's no like relevant thing in the game that's vulnerable to heat procs that this doesn't like evaporate. Stitch is a clip, isn't it? That's correct. Like you guys know like Steel Path, like the things that fly enemies in and how tough those get. Yeah, this puts like 1,200 heat procs on them in 2 clips, and then they go, oh, I don't like that, and they explode.
Your will was
Talking about RB drones? No. I'm talking about like the drop ships in the open worlds on the Steel Path. Critical existence failure. Yeah, exactly. What's your Ureli build again? I'll show you. Phantasma turns Grittier into popcorn, correct. Yeah, this is the Ureli build.
Say, operator, your chosen warframe.
I'm quite happy with it. Jimbo, I'm about to reconfigure you into the Shadow Realm. Oh, man. Man, you know, I really did not expect to go into this stream and then end the stream with, you know, it's nice. It's nice that Ureli has a real build. Isn't that a good thing? You know, that's nice. I like that. Is that having metal armor in a 500,000 degree Kelvin environment is not conducive to life? What all got changed? Do you mean specifically with Ureli or just in general? There are patch notes. Those exist. TLDR, Gauss and Thermal Sunder, much better. Ureli has kind of a real build now. Grendel got nerfed. For what reason? That he also did not get buffed. He got nerfed for performance reasons for the game, which is fine, but he needs help. Frost got an augment. And that doesn't really change anything. There's a bunch of new rendering stuff for metals. Looks great. Let's see here. The new war is replayable. Why is Thermal Sunder better? Its augment makes it so that you can give yourself like 500% elemental damage. Demon Souls tonight? No Demon Souls tonight. Demon Souls is likely to be on either Friday or Saturday. Me and Moxie are probably going to jump back into Dying Light 2 on one of those days if I had to take a guess. We don't have that nailed down right now. And then the other one should be Demon Souls. Unless me and him are going to, like, you know, like knock out Dying Light 2 in 2 days, which might also happen. But we are going to be doing more Demon Souls. I did play some more Demon Souls and got like that stuff I needed to farmed up. But yeah. Do we want to do one more run of the Urellis? We do a quick and dirty guide on how to mod weapons for thermal transfer. You do the same as you would do. Although, a thing that's different on thermal transfer is that it's actually... It depends on how much strength you have on the individual warframe. But it is... If you have viral, it's usually probably going to be right to not run a heat mod because you can just give yourself the heat through the augment. Does Auger Reach provide enough overshields to be good here? Yeah. I would say so. Whenever you need it, you're going to need it. You're going to use thermal transfer on your Harrow? That's a good question. That Harrow build is not really for like Steel Path or anything like that, and that's like where those types of huge damage bonuses like from that augment would be needed. Like that Harrow build is more of like a casual like grind thing. So I don't really think it's needed there. So it replaces primed heated charge and prime cryo rounds? Okay. So if you replace both, I think you have to apply... Okay, if you replace both and just do a big toxin mod, I think that you have to apply your buffs in a specific order. So I would tend to still tell you should keep cryo rounds. Because then you can apply it in whatever order you want because it's already been calculated together and turned into viral and then heat. That makes sense for ease of use? Right, exactly. Shame it doesn't buff itself, but that would be too much at the same time. Oh yeah, if it buffed itself, that'd be the nut. Trailer playing Jedi Fallen Order, trying to get all the trophies for Horizon Forbidden West. Nice. My goal... God, that's going to be so hard. I actually don't know if we can do that. Ideally, I'm able to beat Demon Souls before Horizon comes out. Oh my God, this month is so full. Before Horizon or Elden Ring? Yes. Bro, that's 8 days. Holy shit. I might cheesy gordita crunch a little bit of the Demon's Souls. Gird thy loins, tarnish.
Gird thy loins, tarnished.
Oh man. Oh man. Doesn't Wukong come out this year as well? Black Myth Wukong? Right now, I'm just worried about February. That's what I'm worried about right now is February. Whew. There is an easy soul farm in 5.2 in DS. Oh, I mean, even besides that, I mean, I'm thinking about killing, what's his name? Ostrava, and getting the key off of him and going to that area early and getting all that crazy shit. Because I was going to try and not kill Ostrava. But he's in the Nexus right now, and I could kill Ostrava.
How many bits to do an energy drink taste test stream in partnership with all of February?
Arbiter, thanks for the 100 bits. In partnership with all... Oh, energy drink taste test stream? That would be so wasteful, though. Because you can't do an energy drink taste test stream. Because then you're going to have a bunch of open energy drinks. And that's so wasteful. You know what I mean? Like, we ate all those Pop-Tarts, right? Like, we threw a couple of, like, the bad ones away. But, like, we ate all those Pop-Tarts. We're almost done. Yeah, we'd have to do it over a month. It'd have to be like 1 day, 1 energy drink, something like that. Also, that's so horrible for you. Like, that's how you damage your kidneys personally. Like, or permanently, rather. Well, both of those P words, actually. It's fine. I have like 1 to 2 every day. Be careful. I'm gonna warn you, Firegator. I don't like to scare people, but I had a friend that was doing soda/energy drinks, like, you know, a couple energy drinks and like a couple sodas like every day, and that went totally fine for him until one day he was fucking pissing blood and had to be taken to the hospital. So, like, I'm just saying, depending on how old you are, maybe chill out a little bit. Maybe just, like, ramp it down a bit. Well, maybe I love pissing blood. Yeah, well, you know. One of my coworkers is, like, 25 and sees a cardiologist because of their abuse of energy drinks. But yeah. Yeah, just be careful with this, with the sodas and with the energy drinks. Just take care of yourselves. All right. Vampires love people who piss blood. God damn. Does that count as a piss kink or no? Like for a vampire. Legitimate question. Does that count? Like if you were a vampire, would that count? Yes? Okay, this is pretty unanimous yes here. I'm also on the yes train. Well, that's a hard unanimous yes. Don't why type vamp piss into chat? Why? Genesis. How could you? Come back to vampires and piss cakes. What the fuck? We were talking about pee and blood. He was drinking energy drinks excessively and only stopped when his doctor told him he was going to have a full-on kidney failure if he didn't start drinking water. Yeah, that sounds correct. Surging Blades testing. Hey, we actually already did a bunch of Surging Blades. Do you want to do one more run? Do you want to do one more run? Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to record the fucking thing anyway. The fucking the goddamn run. For the YouTubes, and we can just do that. I can just fucking hit this and then do the thing. Yeah, do that. Turn this on. Let's just go do that. Yeah. I need this footage anyway. They're probably gonna fix it being buggy with natural talent at some point, so I'll probably just have to make a note of that or just say it in the video, whatever. Probably more likely. And that'll do it though. You want the chat overlay? So these are actually 2 different PCs. So this will not have a chat overlay or any of the music or anything else. It'll just be like a nice raw file.
Scans show Grenier are harvesting Kuba nearby. Set off the alarms to draw them out, then steal their Kuba catalysts. Predictable. As expected, Grenier have shut down the environmental systems, sending modified life support capsules. Use these to sustain your environment or attach Kuba catalysts to begin harvesting.
Hey, check out that number in the top right, though. It's fun times. This works right. Is this not good? Oh, it's like fine.
Life support on the way.
Like I would say that this like build is really good if you could refresh your 3 by like casting your 4. That's like the difference between this being like really good and this being like okay.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
They changed Margulis's voice. Nope. It has no filter now. Caught me off guard earlier. Maybe?
Tenno, prepare for life support.
Oh, you just mean... you guys haven't heard regular Lotus in a while, I see. Yeah, that was the, like, garbledness of, like, the fucking fake Lotus, guys. If you guys are not used to that yet. It's got a Wendy's ad. Wendy's fucking rules. Wendy's sponsored me. I worked for you. I'll do it again. I probably kind of miss Radio Static Lotus. Oh yeah, back whenever. Yeah. I mean, it's nostalgic in some ways, right? For like ancient Warframe. But like, you know, it's just, it can't stay that way. She's mobile Excal, kinda. I would actually say that she's harder to kill than Excal. I'm not getting the bug, which is really nice. I'm gonna say that and then get the bug. Just you fucking wait. Fully arthritis, yeah. So that's actually one of the things. They really need to change this ability to make it fully auto. Like I have like a macro where I just hold the button down and it keeps clicking it for me. But like, they need to make it the functionality that I made it into, because otherwise, yeah, holy fucking arthritis carpal tunnel, Batman.
When you need it, extraction is ready.
Oh, Torment, you came to the fucking wrong rodeo. Later, bud. Is the bug that it kicks you off Marilena, because I kept getting that so many times. That's probably because your Marilena died. No, oh, there's the bug. Found the bug. I can't cast my abilities. Okay, it's working again now. Thank God. Yeah, Zaku's 4 does not pause infused abilities. Also, if you're not on Marilena, this costs 15 energy per throw, and that's not possible for any non-Ureli Warframe. Also, we tested it. Lavos cannot throw these. He does not have energy, therefore he cannot pay to use this ability. Hildren theoretically can, but I think there's like more effective ways to play her that you're better off doing, honestly. Alright, you guys are immune to this shit anyway. Fucking die. I forgot that the Kuva Guardians were immune to like quite a number of things. Also, one of the things that really sucks is that Ureli gets off Marilena whenever you transfer to your operator. So that's a pretty big negative, honestly. Is the mutagen for the Panzer important? I mean, you want to make sure you have a D and a dash polarity on your Vulpaphyla, but beyond that, no. Either do a geriatric Warframe workshop to fix Hydroid Frost and the like. No. I especially don't think that Hydroid's going to get anything. Frost is like, Deluxe is old enough that they could justify like doing another one and like giving him a touch up. But Hydroid, I don't know if his Deluxe, like enough time has passed, you know what I mean? Also, I think there's a consideration for like if Hydroid's Deluxe didn't do well, like they might not be incentivized to do another one. Anyway. Yeah, mutagen for fashion, that's true.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
It is done, Tenno.
That was pretty good. In terms of like the KPM, that was like solid. This is adding to that list of generic slash crutch is what I'm saying. Can we fix Ureli, just add more slash procs? Yeah, the damage type is good. Correct. What's your go-to for replacing Mace's 1? Pillage. Tried a Gloom build, but I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Oh, no, Mesa doesn't want Gloom at all. Mesa actually does not give a single solitary fuck about Gloom. Yeah, Gloom is for Warframes that need some additional assistance surviving or like need lifesteal. Mesa does not need that. Seemed like a solid idea. It's totally like fine, but yeah, it's like armor strip shuriken. Nah, definitely pillage on Mesa. Yeah, Mesa is this. And this is like super fucked up. Hunter Adrenaline Gloom build. How are you going to activate Hunter Adrenaline? They'd have to get through your shields. 34% range? Yeah, what do I need it for?
I've been thinking, operator. I thought you wanted to know.
Here, let's show this build. Let's show this build to directly contrast with Ureli. I have a Catabolist. That's fine if necessary. My primary and secondary are kind of the same weapon, but whatever. The Hunter Adrenaline plus Gloom thing on Mesa is a gimmick build a certain YouTuber tricked people into using. Oh. Also, Karataros, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Infinite Peacemaker? That's what this build is.
Show Grenier harvesting Kuba nearby. Set off the alarms to draw them out, then steal their Kuba catalysts. Predictable. As expected, Grenier have shut down the environmental systems, sending modified life support capsules. Use these
Shut up and take my money!
Or attach Kuba catalysts to begin harvesting.
Oh, whoops. I left all the life support down here. Hate to be the guy that opens the door and meets a wall of bullets. Oh yeah, that's pretty much the experience with Mesa on the map. I really don't need all that life support yet. I guess I'll go this way.
Capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
Also, the other benefit of Pillage, as you just saw there, is that it can purge statuses off of me, which is very useful for Mesa in a number of different cases. Sometimes you need to pillage to completely strip armor with your build. I think it's, I mean, to completely strip armor because it, I mean, okay, to effectively completely strip armor twice. To get rid of enough of it to kill anything relevant once.
I've delivered another life support capsule.
Yeah, Lotus, I'm actually good. I think I'm gonna be fine. Yeah, the KPM for Mesa is how fast can you spawn the enemies. Oh, that vary depending on enemy level? Nope, percentile based. Oh, Mania, you poor, poor bastard. Oh, I need life support. I'm gonna go get it. Back to 100%. What? There we go. Yeah, so the trouble here with Mesa is that I'm killing so many enemies and there's so much life support in either hallway that it would just be such a waste of like hundreds of life support containers to walk down that hallway.
This will help our cause. When needed, extraction is ready.
And that's really the big downside to playing Mesa. Like when it really comes down to it, she's just a bad frame, right? She's just not good at it. Like, at some point, I'm just going to be boxed in by all of the life support. I'm going to have nowhere to go. Ah, yes. One thing that doesn't matter. It's good that you handicap yourself. See how many items are in each hallway? You can see on my loot radar. Isn't that fun? It's actually hard to see the enemies underneath all of the loot. Remember, there's a drop limit? There is a drop limit. That's true. So unfortunately, doing it this way may also lose me some drops. Where the fuck am I supposed to find players to farm these damn sister murmurs? Usually just public matches. Okay, just don't be violence. Violence is like the one that can kill me. Oh, hey, Torment. So wait, do you get like more murmur spawns when you have more players with Lich's left sisters to hunt? If they show up, you do get murmur progress for them having like the sisters like dog spawns and stuff that they get whenever their sister shows up. I'm still working, but I don't remember how to play. I haven't played since Octavia release. I mean, I have many builds videos that could help you with anyone that you do want to play. In fact, I'm doing a build refresh on like every single Warframe in the game currently. That's what I've been doing for a little bit. God, it's so satisfying to just like turn and kill everyone in a direction.
We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
This exit is fucking far away. Oh no, it's not that bad. Okay.
What you have learned here will serve you
Nice.
well.
You know, I said that you shoot for about 100 kpm. Yeah, Mesa's shooting for 200. If the game would spawn more enemies, Mesa would be looking for 200. Spawn faster, run to me quicker, open more doors, spawn closer to me. These are the things that Mesa says. Mesa's disposition is get over here so I can kill you. By the way, I have a really low range for us to cast tiny globes to hide in. Ah, fun. Mesa aggressively asking to be shown the enemy home planet. Yep. Mesa's very good. I like Mesa. Did your 7 build change since your video? I made the additions that I talk about in that video because that video was pre-release. But yeah, otherwise it's the same. Yeah, I just want to talk. Mesa just wants to talk, but with bullets. Also, man, the improvements to the metal rendering on Mesa are really noticeable.
Operator, were you visualizing a bloody battle? Me too.
It's really noticeable. Sarah's in the rain looks so good now. Oh, I believe it. I would have a Shidu build. I think I put the Shidu together. In terms of the arm cannons, I usually use the... I mean, I don't use the Bibonico. No, nobody uses the Bibonico. I'm pretty sure I finished this thing up whenever I was testing it. Oh, yeah, right. Well, so, I took off Aptitude and just threw Amalgamstration on here for the sprint speed. You can replace this with a Bane mod if you have access to them, and that's better. Otherwise, yeah, it's this. Yeah, if you want to use Bane mods, use that instead of Serration. Otherwise, go for this. Go pew pew. Yeah, there's only one arm cannon. How crazy is that? Really want to get the deluxe skin for Hildren. Yeah, I like it enough. I wish that the color channels were better, but other than that. Sneaky sign-off run with the Bibonico. No, the people can't know. The people can't know about the Bibonico. It's the hidden tech. You know, this is a really good, like, kind of water mirror effect. That does look really fucking cool. It's nice that Ureli's dances can now be done on the graves of her enemies. You know that? I'm so happy that they fixed this augment. I was so worried it was going to come out how it was on the test server because people were fucking just like lopping praise onto it left and right. Hey, that build works well enough and that's value. Yeah, exactly. Did the augment save her at all? Haven't played yet? Yeah. Yeah. I like the augment for her. It is a build. I think there's like there's one like quality of life change I would like for it, which is that instead of tapping 3 a bunch, you can just hold it and then it becomes fully auto. But other than that, I'm way into it. Because right now it's like, it's got the same problem as Atlas where it's very carpal tunnel-y. Yeah, bare minimum, she's going into the B category, which is not bad. The Warframes are good. They're just not like, you know, those like meta top tier frames, but like good stuff. Nice, Dad. I'm gonna say hello, what I missed. What's all the stream already at 6 hours? So I guess everything pretty much rock. Also, the Frost one, it exists. Frost is bad. If you're playing Frost, like, you can get crit chance and damage, I guess. I don't know. That Frost augment really feels like the give up machine. Any Caliban changes? Don't think so. Gave Frost an augment when they should have given him a passive. I actually think that... I actively think that this augment... Like, this is, like, how... Like, this is the give up machine, right? Like, this is almost a we're not gonna fix Frost. You know what I mean? Like, if you're saying, like, hey, he freezes enemies, just make it so that they get a lot of crits and that they're big crits whenever he does that, I guess. Like if that's what this is like telling us to do, then it's like, oh, Frost is doomed. Yeah, biting the dust Frost. Yep. Oh, that's good. Thorfinn, I'm using that. That's going in the thumbnail. Yeah, I appreciate that, Thor. Figured had a friend who wondered. Yeah. Like it's not that you can't play Frost, it's that you shouldn't. Icicle encased Wojak. Oh man. God damn it. Also, yeah, here's the Ureli build for anyone that would like to mess with it. Natural talent is optional. You can just use like auger strength if you want to. I think natural talent will end up being better. Especially whenever it stops bugging out. Although we just had to run engine bug out. Sorry. Fucking SpongeBob text about the true damage from the glove. It's too late, Frost. I've already drawn you as a soy jaxicle. God damn it. My Stranger Things MTG cards came. I ordered these like half a year ago and I don't know what to do with them now. Well, now you can finally play the game. Build 11, Gemi. That deck rules. Like 11 and whatever you want. You could make it 5 color or just whatever other card has other interesting mechanics. I think 11's a cool card. Whenever we get the Magic version of that card, I'm going to build it. Because I think 11's effect is fun. Jesus Christ, the Phantasma's shredding Steel Path. Oh yeah, anything that is vulnerable to the thing the Phantasma does, it will rearrange, it will change the code to a 0 from a 1 on whatever you pointed at. How long do I stay before I get picture permissions in the Discord? It's based on like you just like messaging and stuff. So just like contribute to a couple conversations or whatever. And then you get like level 1 or whatever, and it gives you your perms. It's just to prevent bots and things. Just tune in what's going on in Warframe today. I have bad news. We're about to end the stream. But the good news is that Ureli is alive. They released the augment in a buff state that makes it relevant. It's very nice. I may push that Frost video back a day and do the Ureli video instead. Just because I'm so happy with this, actually. God, I really didn't expect this to be the thing that would give Ureli a build. What about the special Frost sponsor? So that actually had to get moved to the Xcal video. And if you watch the full Xcal video, you can tell that that ad part used to be a part of the Frost video. But yeah, just for like dates and stuff, it had to be moved to that video. But stretch over reach, you have the points for it. Right, no, I want an auger mod. So any of the auger mods, because they give me shields back whenever I cast an ability, if I'm in danger, I can cast an ability and then not die. Yeah, as long as you have a mouse that holds a machine gun. Yeah, that's the honestly, if that's my main complaint though, like that's, you know, DE can definitely make that quality of life change. I think that that's fully within their power. You know what I mean? Oh, that's rough. Styles knocked this. For the ability refresh video, it's a good time for them. Thank you, Space. Oh, crack a pack. That'll be the last one, too. We got to do crack a packs before we go. All right. We have 4 Crack-a-Packs. And our Crack-a-Packs are Yu-Gi-Oh! We're opening some Blazing Vortex. We do have a second box of Blazing Vortex here, but after this one, we are going to switch to another Magic the Gathering box before coming back to Blazing Vortex. So it's not going to be all that. The unfortunate bit is that of our rarities and such, we have already seen 2 secret rare cards. And there's usually boxes are generally ratioed that there's only 2 secret rares. So it's unlikely that we're going to hit the pot of prosperity that we'd like to hit. But let's see. There's always a chance. I've gotten an error print box that had fucking 7 secret rares in it before. So, you know. As far as I'm concerned, anything's possible. And we're opening this for fun anyway. Dogmatic Genesis, Air Metal Foe, S-Force, Premier Disciple, Greater Polymerization. I don't think I've seen this before. Use one fusion monster from your extra deck using 3 or more monsters from your hand or field as fusion material, and if you do against these effects, card cannot be destroyed by card effects. If this card attacks a special monster, inflict piercing. Huh. Man, 3 or more monsters is really unfortunate. If this was 2 or more monsters, this would just be like better polymerization. But 3 or more makes it pretty deck specific. Stairway, Tri Brigade, Archfiend, and Radiant. And the Dogmatica was named Drogma in Japan, and I am so mad. I like Dogmatica as a name, it's cool. Friggin' Spranga, Icy Freeze, Fabled, Guitar Gunnards Duoningis, Fabled and Wraith. Digital Bug Registrator. This is the digital bug that's an ultra rare on fucking Master Duel for no reason. Hello, Blue Eyes Poly, I guess. Tri Brigade. Iron Dash. Breath. Fairy Archer, Inguinar, Dogmatica, Giga Thunder, Wind Witch Chimes. Wind Witches are fun. It's cool that they're still getting support. Digital Bug. Tri Brigade, Spring Breath. Alright. Last pack. Pot of Prosperity. Oh, or one of the Starlight Rares? Bruh. If I get a Starlight Rare out of these 2 boxes, that'd be the most lucky shit in the world. Armor Dragon, Ancient Warriors, Knights of Armor Dragon, Divinal Amalgam, Orok Fortia. Look at that good Beaver. Fabled Bonk. Look at this Beaver. He's having a good time. Virtual World, Raging Storm, and Spriggan Spidor. God, I fucking love Yu-Gi-Oh! Art. Yu-Gi-Oh! Art just runs the fucking gamut from just, it's just anything. Does the next emote design Beaver? I don't think so. Anyway, that is going to do it for stream. I will see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow is Commander Night. Speaking of card game, I'm going to have to get my desk cleaned up. Speaking of card games. So, we got Boguska all the way to Deep Eyes. Oh yeah, if you're gonna do purchases of card games, I do have a link to TCG Player. Regardless, tomorrow is Card Games Commander Night, and we are going to be doing that. That starts about 7 p.m. Eastern Time. If you're interested in the Magic the Gathering's Commander format, otherwise, I will see you guys on Friday for either more Dying Light 2 with Moxie, or that'll be Demon's Souls, depending on mine and Moxie's schedules and if they line up and everything and all that good stuff. Anyway, yeah, I'm terrible at ending streams, but that'll do it. I will see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.